All right, I think I'm on here. Adjust my camera a little bit. Okay, everybody will be filing in here any second now. Let me give folks just a minute to jump in. And then we'll get started here. All right. Good to see everybody. I'm going to pop out this chat box here, move it around, and we'll get going. So, today is my wedding anniversary, and I told my wife, and actually told somebody in a one of my friends was viewers was talking with me, and I said, I'm going to get out there on my date with my wife, and I'll bet Trump will strike. And so I told myself before I went out with my wife tonight, do not look at your phone. Do not look at your phone, Jake, because I knew if if I looked at my phone, sure enough, this would be happening. I put out the video earlier today about the B2s moving over, and I said, this is it. This is it. We're going. What I didn't know is if it would be tonight or if it would be into tomorrow before Trump did it. But I nailed that one. I said it was coming, and here we are. So anyway, I walked into my house, said nice things to my wife, said I'm going to check the news real quick, sat down at Drudge Report, and of course, you know what I've got there on Drudge Report is this. USA attacks Iran. B-2 bombers. Trump war president. Will America face retaliation? Bases at risk. Israel goes into lockdown. So let me tell you this. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I have no idea what's going on yet, other than what I predicted earlier today. I'm assuming that some of that has taken place. So if you'll bear with me 1 second, what I'm going to do is bring up some information here on my screen. So I've got it for me, and then we're going to go through the news, and I'm going to learn about the most recent developments with you here. We're going to look at videos. I've got some social media feeds that we're going to look at, see if we can piece all of this together. I just want to pull up the Blackstone assessment I had done earlier, the strike assessment, because I want to see how close I got to this. All right, so here's what I published earlier. I'm just going to read you an excerpt from this that I put out, and then we'll take a look. So what I had mentioned was that this was not some global rotation, that what I had been following was the movement of B-2 stealth bombers out of Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, moving toward the Pacific. Looked like they were going to head out to Anderson Air Force Base in Guam, possibly hop over to Diego Garcia. But that wasn't going to be necessary because they had moved over this previous week. I had reported on the movement of some of these stratotankers, that basically Air Force refueling planes, getting them in place so that the B-2s would not necessarily have to go to Diego Garcia. They could just go in and refuel in the air. When these B-2s take off, because they're carrying massive ordnance, the bunker busters, right? The MOPs, massive ordnance penetrators. These things are 30,000 pounds each. So at takeoff, You are not going to be able to have the full amount of fuel that you want. You have to compensate by reducing fuel at takeoff. So the reason I knew, or one of the main reasons I knew that this is all going down, is when I was following the flight tracking, radar tracking from Flight Radar 24. I could see that as soon as it got up there, as soon as these B-2s took off, they immediately had to refuel in the sky, which with the Stratotanker. So that meant that, all right, they're carrying the bunker busters, and they would not be going over there unless they were going to drop them. Bunker busters are filled with steel because they have to be heavy. So anyway, let's go through this in detail, and I'm going to try and be peeking over at the chat as we go. So feel free to add in stuff here. Just know that I'm not following the chat super close. Mods out there, you're welcome to do whatever you need to, as long as everybody's cool out there. I don't care if people have different opinions, but if anyone's making trouble, you can do what you need to do. And definitely nobody expressing support for the war. I don't want my house used to cheer for atrocity. All right, let's go through some of this. Hopefully everybody can see my screen there. Oh, that's not a good thing to see, Nancy Pelosi. All right, let's go through it. U.S. attacks Iran, B-2 bombers, Trump war president, will America face retaliation, so on and so forth. Iranian state television, Mr. Trump, you started it and we will end it. Broadcast showed large graphic of American bases in Middle East with headline within firing range. State TV claims no radiation leak. Enriched uranium was removed long time ago. More than 40 drones have penetrated airspace. What I think I want to do here is first take a look at what we've got over here on Twitter. Yeah, all right. I don't want any of those. Let's go through. Trump says any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. What an idiot. You really think you have the right to go attack a country? First, he's been at war already, and I've told some of you Trumper numbnuts out there that he's already at war. Trump has been on this from the beginning with Iran or with Israel. He's provided logistical support. He's provided intelligence. It was a foregone conclusion. He tried to start war his first term. He got it this one. So he has absolutely no right to tell Iran they can't fight back. What an idiot. And boy, is he screwed. I mean, Trump is so stupid. He does not know how much trouble he's in. He does not understand what he started. What I have said all along is America can go in and carry out a shock and awe campaign. We saw that in 2003 when George W. Bush and his neocons hit Iraq, and they devastated Baghdad. Within 2 weeks, Baghdad had fallen, but it took 20 years, and we never did win in Iraq. We had to leave with our tail between our legs because the insurgency from the civilian population and from the former military, because the military in Iraq was disbanded, they don't give up. And let me tell you, Iraq, as tough as those guys were, they're nothing compared to the Iranian people. The 8-year war, oh my gosh, what those people went through, over 1 million people died. Let's see. Yep, that's about right. Yeah, he puts up the American flag. That's it. That's it. We have become the United States of Israel. Man, he has effed our country over. What a traitor. What an absolute traitor to the United States. If you're MAGA out there and you're still for this guy, why you would say you're Make America Great Again makes no sense to me. And it makes no sense to most of the other people in the MAGA movement, because this is not MAGA. This is Make Israel Great Again. This is Donald Trump beholden to a foreign government. I hope that you Trump supporters let this be the final nail in the coffin of your support. Let this be the thing that finally tears you away from that cult mindset that has kept you in thrall, kept you enslaved, when there's so many of us out here that have been saying all along, this guy is not what he is telling you he is. Anyway, let's keep going. This guy here, Itamar Ben-Gvir, is one of the most evil, horrible human beings on the planet. He's one of the absolute extremists, religious extremists in Israel, who has pushed and pushed and pushed for settlement expansion, for acquisition of new West Bank territory at the expense of the blood of the people of Palestine. This guy is evil. And this is who you're standing with out there, Trump supporters. You're either standing with Itamar Ben-Gvir, with Benjamin Netanyahu, with Donald Trumpelstein, or you're standing with your American citizens. Can't stand with both. You can't have a foot in this Trump crap and also have a foot in America. Choose your side. Choose your side. And I hope that everyone out there will be willing to shame your local Trumpster who comes along trying to somehow justify this. This is evil. No better than George W. Bush. Let's see here. What have we got? Khamenei says the U.S. entering battlefield will cause irreversible damage. Look at this idiot with his Trump hat on. He claims Iran's nuclear facilities have been completely destroyed. Iran needs to make peace. There will either be peace or there will be tragedy for Iran, far greater than what we've witnessed over the last 8 days. Iran's been kicking Israel's ass. Yeah, you've taken out a lot of stuff in Iran, but who has given this guy counsel? Who is giving Trump this counsel? He's in his own echo chamber. This is what I said at the beginning of his administration, when it was clear that all he was doing was filling his administration with bootlickers. That is not what a leader does. A leader wants someone who is smart, who is good at their job, and is willing to give him the best information, even if it conflicts with his own mindset. But he can't handle that. You saw in his first term, he clashed with everybody. He went through multiple secretaries of state, multiple national security advisors, multiple defense secretaries. And MAGA's all like, that's because they're all bad. Well, first of all, if they're all bad, is he an idiot? I mean, why did he bring him in the beginning? If they're all bad, how come he didn't see it? Which speaks to his intelligence right there. But it's because he only wants to surround himself with people who tells him what he wants to hear. And so you bring in a Fox News guy, a drunk, a rapist, Pete Hegseth, to be your defense secretary. Is Pete, who doesn't know a doggone thing about any of this, going to push back? Of course not. You've got a Zionist-occupied government in the United States of America. I can't even listen to whatever this jackass is saying. His smug, I can't listen to Netanyahu. So we're going to skip that. Currently, about 50 large oil tankers are trying to exit the Strait of Hormuz. And something else that I was tweeting earlier today, that was a sign that we were getting ready to go. In fact, I after I posted my video earlier on YouTube, I said the same thing in the comments. One of the ways we knew they were getting ready to go to war tonight was because Israel earlier today had traveled out near the Strait of Hormuz and was hitting a lot of things. They were hitting Iran's drone warehouses. They were hitting weapons caches. It's not hard for Iran to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. There's different ways of doing it. But that's huge. I mean, that's going to screw us all. When this happens, when they shut down the strait, and I think they can do it, we're in big trouble all around the country. When your gas price jacks up $2 this week, $2 a gallon, you know who to blame. So Israel was attacking today. Now, there's no reason, there's no strategic benefit to Israel to go in and attack these things out around like Bandar Abbas. That's not a threat to Israel. So why are they doing it? They're doing it because they're trying to degrade Iran's ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which would affect the shipping traffic. The Strait of Hormuz is something like, it's not even 30 miles across, but in this tight little section, this kind of choke point in the strait where all the tankers have to go through, because of the depth of the water there's only a 2-mile, and that sounds like a lot, but there's only 2 miles where they can transit past each other. So you don't have a huge area that Iran has to shut down. You just have to shut down. And we saw just this last week, even though 2 miles unrestricted, there were 2 tankers that ran into each other. It's a tight fit. And so all Iran has to do is go in there and drop some of these floating mines, and you shut it down. You can run the drones. There's so many things you can do. You can take just swift boats or something, go out there and drop some of these mines in the water. Now, it's not that all of these mines would hit the tankers. Here's the problem. These tankers may be insured, but no insurance company out there that insures these oil tankers, they don't insure in the event of a tanker going down because of terrorism or something like this. So the tankers themselves, even if they think they could get through, they're not going to do it, because the financial loss, if a tanker hits a mine, they're done. They lose everything, that's all the oil in the tanker. They lose the tanker itself, and the insurance isn't going to cover it. So the insurance won't cover it, and the tankers aren't going to take a chance. So it's not that hard to shut it down. So they just pile up and wait. And eventually the United States can get in there and reopen it. But all it takes is a few weeks of it shut down for it to totally screw over the entire world's economy. Everything goes up. When oil prices go up dramatically, the cost of transportation goes up, the cost of your groceries goes up, everything goes up. Commercial travel will pretty much come to an end. So anyway, it's going to be bad. Currently, about 50 large oil tankers trying to exit the Strait of Hormuz. The oil industry appears to anticipate this vital waterway may be closed in the near future. As a result, it seems oil prices will rise dramatically. Yep, this guy says Trump is Israel's bitch. That's absolutely right. All right, let's see what this jackass says. Let's give this a few minutes. Maybe some of you have seen it. I haven't seen this yet.
Thank you very much.
Screw you.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time.
Oh, if he's going to talk about him taking out Soleimani, what a jackass. What an incredible jackass Donald Trump is. Qasem Soleimani did more to stop ISIS than anyone else. He did more out there to stop the United States. The reason Trump hated Soleimani was because Soleimani is the guy who was defeating ISIS, and Trump didn't like that. He wants credit for everything.
Time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Look at those jackasses. Look at those jackasses. Well, I don't need Secret Service at my door, so let me cut off what I was getting ready to say about drone strikes. All right. So this guy asked Grok, did Trump just F us all over, yes or no? United States withdrawing additional diplomats from Iraq with at least one plane leaving the country in recent hours. Nearly the entire available B-2 fleet was in this gambit if you factor in the decoys in the Pacific, blah, 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 blah. America first, but Israel firstest. All right, I'm not going to listen to Netanyahu tonight. I can't stomach it. All right, let me take a look at this other list here. It's probably going to be a while before we have any video. What I'm looking to see, though, is during this chaos, is Israel going to expand operations into Gaza or the West Bank to take advantage of the chaos? And I'll tell you what, as I said in my previous video earlier today, there's no way that Trump could possibly know at this point if Fordo has been destroyed. You don't know. He, in his Art of the Deal book, what he says is whether you win or lose, claim victory early and just go about your way. Doesn't matter if you win, doesn't matter if you've lost. Claim victory boldly, announce that you've accomplished your goals, and leave that in the people's minds. And that's what he's doing here. They cannot know at this point if they've destroyed, because you have to have these bunker busters. They only go down up to 60 meters. So you have to have at least 2 strikes. You have to have 2 hits. Fordo they assume that it's between 80 to 90 meters, which is roughly 262 feet to 295 feet deep. 80 to 90 meters. So if a bunker buster only goes 60 meters deep, you have to first hit it, break it up, and then hit it again in that exact same spot to do it. Now, did they do that? Who knows? We won't know for a while. We won't know for a while. He can't know. Mehdi Hassan is a very brilliant guy, very good debater. He says this is a war crime violation of the UN Charter and the Non-Proliferation Treaty. The anti-war president. What a disgrace. At least we can finally well and truly retire that BS talking point. Trump never started any new wars. Iranian report from the Fordo region. Local residents in the vicinity reported no indications of a major explosion. Well, I don't know. We can see some pictures there. Conditions in the area remained calm and routine. Official experts are expected to release further details as the investigation progresses. I would expect to see propaganda coming from the Iranian side as well. I think none of us are going to know for a while what the damage is. Look at that. Yeah. Isn't that shameful? The conflation of the United States and Israel, as if we have the same interests, like what's good for Israel is good for us. I hope that we have so much, not frustration, not anger, I mean a vengeful spirit of wrath flow through this country, flooding this country this week. I want to see Trump supporters marching on the White House. I want fury out there. Not just because of what Trump has done. This is not just, to me, this is not just an issue of, oh yeah, another war. That's part of it. The issue is a foreign government, a genocidal regime, has bought our politicians all the way up to Donald Trump, the president. Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter. Israel owns our government. Our legislators are no longer in our control. Politicians have always been corrupt. That's just the nature of it. Corrupt people gravitate toward positions of authority like this. But we used to have some power. They used to be somewhat responsive to us. They would have town halls. We'd go yell and scream at them. They'd go back and they'd vote different sometimes. But at this point, Israel and the rich Jews who fund the Israel lobby have bought the loyalty of our representatives from the American people. The U.S. Congress is no longer beholden to us. They no longer serve the American people. The White House, the executive branch, it no longer serves the American people. I am furious tonight, not just because of the war, but even more because this is the nail in the coffin of the country I used to believe in. We no longer exist. We have been taken over by a foreign power. They've conquered us. They have conquered us. And I want to fight back. I have for years now been using my YouTube channel, my public speaking engagements, trying to warn the public about this, trying to talk about this, saying this is coming, but it's not just about war. It's about losing our rights, losing our freedoms as Americans. When money can come in and buy up our politicians and buy their loyalty away from us because they can fund them so much better than we can, because you got people like you and me who will donate $10 to a political campaign. Maybe we can fork out a little more than that. But what does that matter? Why would they possibly listen to us when you've got Ted Cruz getting $1.8 million from AIPAC? Donald Trump getting millions of dollars from AIPAC. And not just millions, but getting hundreds of millions of dollars from the Adelsons, from the Teals, from the people who are, all they care about is the chosen people and the chosen country and stealing the land from the other people so that they can fulfill the greater Israel project. And can we talk about it? No, because we're anti-Semites if we do. This video will probably get yanked and I'll get a strike. They have taken control of our country and we have got to start fighting back. I am not talking about getting mad at your friends or neighbors who are Jews. I am talking about the militant Zionists. And you know who the worst Zionists are in America? The Christian Zionists. They don't have the money, but they make up a good part of Trump's base. That man is a traitor to us. He has sold us out. And I tried telling my audience that this was coming. In his first term, I kept saying, look at what he's doing with the Saudis. He said when he was running for president in 2016, Donald Trump very clearly said, who financed 9/11? It was Saudi Arabia. Look at the records. It was Saudi Arabia. And that bastard got in there and within months of taking office, worked out the biggest military industrial complex deal in the history of the United States. To who? To Saudi Arabia. The very people he told his supporters he knew was involved in 9/11. And I said, how can you people see such treachery and still support this guy? But man, I'll tell you what, Trump supporters always have an answer. It's 4D chess. It's 5D chess. Maybe the guy's just a scumbag. Maybe he's just the bastard that a lot of us have always known he was. Who are the Zionists in our government? Is Donald Trump Jewish? No. Is he a Zionist? Yes, he is. Is Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance, any of these people that were flanking him during that speech, are any of them Jews? No, but they are Zionists. Zionism, that philosophy, is just neoconservatism. That's what the neocons always were. Neocons were always about Israel. Zionists are the same way. It's all about Israel. Those four men that you saw standing there, they're neocons. They're traitors. Got what you voted for. I did my part, trying to tell you Trump supporters that this is what you were going to get. And I said specifically, if you know, he was not that bad in a lot of ways in his first term. He was obnoxious. He sold us out to Saudi Arabia. He sold us out to Israel. But I said, if he gets in a second term, you're going to see a whole new Donald Trump, because he will not have to run again. And if he doesn't have to run again, he doesn't have to cater to his base. He only needs you dupes, you dummies, to get into power. Well, if you are term limited and you can't run a third time, what the hell does he need you people for? He doesn't, which is why he stabbed you on the back with the tariffs, the biggest tax hike in American history, the most anti-Republican thing you can do. Killing American jobs. Then he wants to eliminate the debt ceiling so that there can be absolute control over the U.S. economy by the Federal Reserve, by the central bankers, beyond where it is now. Because right now, we do have, we have to have these debates about the debt. The Congress has to vote to raise the ceiling. When you take the debt ceiling away, who is in charge? Unlimited spending. And that's what he's proposed with his big, beautiful bill, the biggest spending bill in U.S. history. And you Trumpers still stood by that. I mean, if you could not see at that point that this guy is not a Republican, not a conservative, and certainly not part of your agenda, well, if this thing with Iran hasn't taught you, there's no hope. No hope. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, every time America is on the verge of greatness, we get involved in another foreign war. There would not be bombs falling on the people of Israel if Netanyahu had not dropped bombs on the people of Iran first. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation. This is not our fight. Peace is the answer. And that was before this Press TV is saying she's calling out his illegal attack. No, that was before the attack. She posted that earlier today or even yesterday. Iran says no radiation was detected. No danger threatens residents near the nuclear sites. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. Tom Cotton, I'm not going to read his stuff. He's in the pockets of Israel. 100% traitor to America. All right, let's go over here to the next list, see if there's anything new. Boy, I'm mad. Like the things that I would be saying if I was not talking to an audience right now. My poor wife, my good, sweet wife, is so lucky that I am seeing this stuff for the first time with you guys instead of with her, because I would be raging. I would be screaming. I would be pounding things. And she'd be like, yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Can I get you something to calm down? Direct Iranian. Oh, that's old. Let's see. 9 went east, 6 headed west. We were fine with 300 tourists. Let's see here. Strikes on Isfahan nuclear facility. Let's see. Sorry, I know you can't see this whole screen. So these are strikes. Strikes on a nuke plant. Alright, let's go to the next one here. It's just someone doing some geolocating to establish that that's really where it was. Alright. Isfahan Nuclear Tech Center has already been attacked twice by Israel. Tonight's attack by the United States marks the third strike on the facility since June 13th. At least 2 buildings at the facility were damaged in the first attack, several more in the second. You know, the strikes on these facilities, unless you're using the bunker buster, it's just cosmetic damage on the outside. Yeah, you can collapse maybe the entrance, but you get some construction trucks in there and clear it out, and it may look bad on the outside, but that's not going to do anything down deep. That's why Israel knew in advance they were absolutely going to have to bring the United States in. And that was the plan all along. And I don't believe, some people think that Donald Trump was, they twisted his arm. He didn't want to do it, but they went ahead and he just kind of came along. First of all, he has said the exact opposite. Second of all, Donald Trump knew about this the entire time. None of this would have taken place. Israel, this idea that Netanyahu did it without Trump's going along, there's no way. There's no way. Trump expected to say that the U.S. is not currently planning additional strikes inside Iran. Well, of course, I would think that too, but who cares? What's going to happen is Iran's going to retaliate. They're going to hit some U.S. bases. And of course, Trump's going to respond after that. This is all set to go. They know. Trump knows. Because he's been told, well, what's going to happen when we drop these bunker busters? Well, they're going to strike our bases. He knows this is going to happen. And so they already have everything planned out what they're going to do next. They're going to hit Tehran, and they're going to hit Tehran hard. Because Donald Trump, how dare anyone stand up to me? He goes ballistic. He hates it. And Iran, they may take a day before they strike back, but they're going to strike back. Iran is not going to put up with this crap. White House says Director of National Security Tulsi Gabbard was in the Situation Room tonight, even though no photos were released showing her there. I don't see any photos yet there. And boy, Tulsi Gabbard turned out to be a real disappointment, huh? Not that I had any doubt that she was going to toe the line. It was clear when Tulsi Gabbard became a Fox News consultant and was suddenly pro-Israel. That was it. She was done. She was done in my book. And so here she is. She knows doggone well they weren't developing a nuclear weapon. And she's out there saying, oh, no, well, they could. They could. Maybe they would. And they shouldn't. I agree with President Trump. Absolutely. We see eye to eye. Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. What a disgrace. Tulsi Gabbard, you are a disgrace, Tulsi Gabbard. Representative in Parliament says the damage at Fordo wasn't serious. Mostly surface damage and repairable. Attacks were superficial. No one killed in sight. We see this aggression as U.S. entry into war. Iran will determine response. So far, in every exchange that Iran has had since November with Israel or and even with the United States back when Trump was in office previously, they don't immediately retaliate. They take about 24 hours to assess. Maybe they still will. I don't know. They could strike back quicker, but odds are they're probably going to take a quick breather. These people play real chess, not Donald Trump's fake 4D chess. They play real chess. They're going to look at things, and they already know what their targets are. They've got everything planned out that they're going to do. So I just want to reiterate this to you guys. You are going to see when this blows up, when they hit a target, a U.S. target, you are going to see Donald Trump try and beat his chest and show how tough he is. And it's going to be very dramatic. There are going to be big explosions. There's going to be just utter devastation to infrastructure in Tehran. And it's going to look like these guys are done. Remember, that's what Bush did to Baghdad. And it was just the beginning. It was just the beginning. They're different. Iran is different. Iraq did not have all of these proxies all over the place. They didn't have Houthis. They didn't have Hezbollah. They didn't have proxies in Iraq and Syria. Now, I know that over the last 2 years, Israel has degraded those significantly. But that doesn't mean they're not going to fight. This is going to be a regional war. This will be a regional war. Let's see here. Let me go back to this. I still want to see if there's... I don't expect there to be a whole lot of videos yet. A little too early. CNN says that with Tomahawk cruise missiles, another U.S. Air Force B-2 stealth bomber dropped a pair of GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators. Let's see. What was it that I had said? Let me Let me see if I can. Yeah, there it is on the screen. Let me open this up some. Well, so if you were subscribed to the Blackstone Intelligence Report on Substack or Patreon, you would have known this was coming because I detailed it. That's why you guys should follow. That's why you should spend $5 a month to get these reports. You will know in advance of a lot of people what's going on. All right. So I said that they were going to use 2 of the 30,000 MOPs, the bunker busters. Put some pictures up here. This is from my Blackstone report earlier. This is how the B-2 strike would play out. This was the explanation I gave. Bombers depart Anderson Air Force Base with partial fuel, rendezvous quickly with KC-135s, the Stratotankers, to top off. Aerial refueling continues over the Pacific or Indian Ocean en route to forward base in Diego Garcia. It's a staging ground over Iran using stealth and electronic warfare assets. B-2s would fly low. Standoff missiles would be launched first, like they're talking about the Tomahawk cruise missiles there. MOPs would be released precisely, penetrating the mountain, collapsing the shelters housing Fordo's centrifuges. After the weapons release, they'd head back to forward bases or return via aerial refueling to Guam, Diego Garcia, or even straight to the mainland, depending on whatever. Israel's role, they would prepare the targets by using drones and cyber tools to degrade air defenses, pave the way for heavy bombers. They would have human intelligence to help out, synchronize raid with the B-2s to maximize shock and degrade. I talked about air defenses and so on and so forth. So far, what I'm reading tonight from the news is pretty much, it sounds like the operation went forward the way that I thought it would. I still don't know a lot of the details here, but we'll see. I want to go back and continue looking at some of these social media posts. Give me a second to fix this screen here. I need to renew my XSplit broadcaster subscription so that I can have more resources here. I won't be jumbling around trying to do this because I've got limited number of screens that I can use. All right. 2 MOPs very likely would have, as Trump put it, obliterated the far less hardened Natanz. Now, yeah, they could have done more destruction to Natanz because if they hit Natanz with bunker busters, the MOPs, because Natanz is not as deep, but that's not the one they had to worry about. The only one they had to worry about was Fordo. And if Trump did not obliterate Fordo, then this whole thing was just for show. And really what the goal is going to be regime change. This nuclear thing, Trump's not done. This isn't it. They're going to wait for the Iranian retaliation, and then Trump's going to attack. And then he can say, well, since they attacked Americans, and if Trump gets what he wants, best thing for Trump is if Iran kills a couple American troops out there somewhere. Because then he can really wave that red, white, and blue flag that he loves to get out and molest at his campaign rallies. And he'll try and rally the Trump supporters. That's when he's going to rally his base. When the reason that George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, Don Rumsfeld Wolfowitz, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, these neocons, the reason that they were so successful in getting anti-interventionist Republicans to support invading Iraq was because two things. One, anger. We were still furious over 9/11. American blood had been spilled, right? Furious over that. The other thing was fear. We had to be afraid. Now, how is Trump going to manage this? He's going to get people pissed because naturally, Iran has a right to fight back. And when they do, it's just going to be like the whole thing with Israel, where October 7th, we completely ignore everything that led up to it. We're going to ignore that there had been, over the last year, a dramatic escalation in the murders of Palestinians in the West Bank, that over 1,000 Palestinians had been killed, that the extremist settlers, these crazy Jews in the settlements, are carrying out pogroms against the Palestinian civilians. We ignore all of that. All we know is that the whole conflict started on October 7th, and you better not bring up anything before that, right? So it doesn't matter anything that the United States has done. What's going to matter is the point at which Iran kills some Americans. And that is what Trump is going to do. He's going to frame it as that's the starting point. Anything before that, don't worry about it. Close your ears, close your eyes. And he's going to pull on the heartstrings. He's going to appeal to the patriotism of the people, of his supporters. And then you're going to have a lot of them who right now in this particular moment are like, yeah, I'm done with Trump. No. A lot of you are weak. A lot of you are very weak-willed. I would say that the majority are weak-willed at this point if you're still a hardcore Trumper. But you're weak-willed. And if you think you're vacillating now, most of you, once he starts waving that flag, you're going to say, oh, yeah, I don't like it, but Iran did kill some Americans. So I do support regime change. And that, my friends, is what this is about. It's not about the nuclear deterrence. They weren't working on a nuclear bomb. They weren't trying to develop a nuclear bomb. Everybody knows that. But that was the excuse. You have to use something to get you involved. What did Bush do? Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. As much as they wanted to link them to that. But what was it that they got us to support the war using? Fear. Saddam Hussein was pursuing nuclear weapons, according to congressional testimony from from Netanyahu, but also their chemical and biological weapons, the WMDs, weapons of mass destruction. They were going to release this on our troops. They were going to release it on the American people. They were talking about dirty bombs. Remember back then, if any of you are old enough to remember, the suitcase bombs, the dirty bombs they were going to detonate. Condoleezza Rice telling the American people, if we don't act now, we're going to wake up to a mushroom cloud over New York City next time, because they're trying to bring suitcase bombs over and blow us up with dirty bombs. And so the people were afraid. They were afraid. And that fear was commingled still with this incredible anger that we felt over 9/11. And that is the state you want people in to manipulate them. That's when you can work them over. And they did. And they're going to do it again. You're going to see a handful of days here where MAGA is going to be in disarray. They're not going to know what to do because they got to wait for their dear leader to tell them how to think and what to say. But J.D. Vance will come out. He's far more articulate than Trump. He'll have his talking points, and Trump will reframe it, and then he's going to recover a lot of these disaffected MAGA because they don't know where else to go. Where are they going to go? They can't go to the Democrats. Where are they going to go? So they're going to come back. And there's way too much money still being made in the MAGA grift. All of these influencers that are big name people on YouTube and social media making massive amounts of money off of the Trump base, whether it's hawking health products like Alex Jones, or hawking MAGA hats or flags or crypto, Trump Bibles, whatever it is. Now, Trump phones, the Make America Great Again Trump phone that's coming out, that is still being made in China. These people don't want their cash cow to go away. And so you're going to see a hard push. I want you to question going forward, if someone is really pushing hard to defend Trump over this, all you have to do is look and see what's in it for them. Laura Loomer, the ambulance chasing Zionist who hates every single Muslim on the planet, what's in it for her? She loves power, attention, and money. What's in it for someone like, I don't know, Tim Pool or Ben Shapiro, any of these people that are making fortunes off of the Trump supporters? Do you think that they suddenly want to turn on Trump? Why did Tucker Carlson do it? Why could he afford to do it? Because he was already booted out of Fox News. He's already got his money. He doesn't need to make money off of the Trumpers. So he was able to speak out. Candace Owens had been kind of booted because of her views on Israel. So when you see any influencer and you're thinking, hey, this guy makes a little sense, maybe Trump's not that bad after all, ask, what's in it for this person? What is their motivation to try and get me to still be loyal to Trump after he has betrayed me? And I guarantee you, when you look at them, you're going to find that they're either making money off of you or your people, your group, or they're getting something else out of it, whether it's fame or celebrity status. They're getting something, I guarantee you, because no one of conscience will stand by Donald Trump at this point. You can't. You can't. Let's see here. He apparently avoided using any CENTCOM assets. Natanz was a target, which means Israeli penetration munitions were not sufficient for this rather easy site. Fordo needs more than a couple GBU 57s. Those are the MOPs, the bunker busters. Looks more like a symbolic strike there for a wider campaign. That's what I'm saying. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. No, actually, any military could do it if they had the equipment. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Why does he talk like he's... what an idiot. I mean, he talks like he's been dropped on his head. He sounds like Fetterman. Actually, Fetterman sounds like Shakespeare compared to Donald Trump. Trump went hot like this after he ordered to assassinate Qasem Soleimani. Back then, he threatened to hit 52 Iranian targets if Iran retaliated. Yeah, this is just baloney. Of course, they're going to retaliate. Let's see, this is saying 6 B-2 bombers dropped 12, not 6 MOPs on Fordo. I don't know. They would have to drop a lot because there's no way to be precise enough to hit just one spot because they didn't have the intel. They don't know where under the ground, underneath Fordo, you have a series of tunnels and you don't know which way it's branching out. They would have to destroy the whole area. They would have to hit with, if they knew the exact spot, if they could hit that twice in a row exactly, maybe, but that's just virtually impossible. So all you can do is take the general area and light it up with everything you've got. And it sounds like maybe that's what they tried to do. This says use 6 bombers to drop 12 bunker busters. Who knows? Peace through strength. Yeah, no better way to secure peace than to go and commit unprovoked attacks against other people. We are truly living in 1984 where words do not mean what they say. We have to use newspeak. Remember? War is peace is one of the mottos of Big Brother. War is peace. There's Big Brother right there. Donald Trump and Netanyahu are George Orwell's Big Brother, the dear leader. You better believe them. Let's see here. Houthi rebels in Yemen condemned the USA for carrying out strikes. They've already said they're going to hit. They're going to try and hit ships. So we'll see what happens. Let me refresh here, see if anything new in some of these. Just in, Iran will renew its attacks on Israel in the coming hours. Here we go. Harrison H. Smith, whoever, I don't know who that is, but he's got 151,000. Oh, it's somebody on InfoWars. Says, I trusted Trump to put America first and avoid the one effing thing that could derail MAGA. Let's listen to this.
When you do, you punch and stuff. The most important part, I think, of the Trump doctrine and foreign policy is you don't commit America's troops unless you really have to. But when you do, you punch and you punch hard. I think that's the way that you respect America's brave men and women who are serving. Now, let me say something about...
When you say that, does that, like, for example, how President Trump beat the caliphate? It was overwhelming force, and it was done pretty fast.
How President Trump beat the caliphate, beat ISIS, which people said literally couldn't be done, and
Trump
he
did
it
not
in a matter
beat
of months.
ISIS.
But also Iran, Sean. A lot of people recognize that we need to do something with Iran, but not these weak little bombing runs. If you're going to punch the Iranians, you punch them hard, and that's what he did when he took out Soleimani. By the way, that action, people said that it would lead to broader war. It actually brought peace. It actually checked the Iranians and slowed them down a little bit.
It brought peace by killing Soleimani. Because I seem to remember that Iran's response was they dropped, they sent some ballistic missiles and hit an air base and injured a bunch of our soldiers. They did warn us that they were going to do it so we could get them out of the way, but they were ready to escalate. And Trump backed down. Pussy. Trump put his tail between his legs. He let... And why do you freaking Trump supporters, why did you cover for him? I mean, Iran attacked a U.S. air base after he killed Soleimani. He injured over 100 U.S. troops. And he didn't say another word about it. He didn't do anything back to Iran. Nothing. And you people covered for him. That's probably because you know in your hearts that he's full of BS. You can't argue. You can't defend this stuff. Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. are some of the biggest liars in American history. Iranian media network reveals Fordo nuclear site was emptied and evacuated for months. ABC, we have to be concerned about sleeper cells in the United States. You know what'll happen as soon as there's some crazy guy out there that does something, it's going to be, oh, Iran has activated their sleeper cells and we're all going to die. Sleeper cells was a huge thing. My first group that I started after 9/11, one of the major things we were doing when I was first getting into investigating this stuff was we were trying to uncover sleeper cells. Because we were being told over and over and over, all of these Al-Qaeda sleeper cells around the country were going to be activated, and that they were going to be going into kindergartens, shooting up kindergartens, killing our kids, doing all this stuff. And I'm like, damn, well, let's pool our resources. Let's use some open source intelligence and find these people. And we looked and looked and looked. So the only one I found was the SAJ tried to infiltrate our group. I had over 1,500 people. We were working together. and SAJ, which was a Mossad front, Secret Army for Justice. Anyway, I'll get into that some other time. So, yeah. So Richard Medhurst says they're really laying on that 2003 neocon garbage nice and thick. Please, folks, don't be fooled again. And if you were not old enough, please take it from us old timers. We remember the state of America. It was unlike anything else that I've ever lived through in America. This was my big thing after 9/11 and the build up to the 2003 war. It was insane. It was insane. The state of America was bizarre. Oh my gosh. It was historic. I mean, I'm glad I lived through it to experience it. It was what a momentous thing. But some of us learned from that. I was saying, this is crazy. You guys don't understand. This is a neocon plot. They want to hit Iraq no matter what. This is going to be a disaster. Don't support war. Don't support war. 70% of the United States supported this. Higher percentage of Republicans than that. It was something like 90% of Republicans supported attacking Iraq. And then when you balanced it out with the Democrats, but the majority of Democrats supported it too. And that we even saw that in the U.S. Congress. Hillary Clinton and all the Democrat neocons joined all the Republican neocons. You only had a few people standing against it. Ron Paul, naturally, was one of the few people that stood against it, which is why I was just like 5 years later so excited to work on the campaign as a writer. I mean, he was good. Cynthia McKinney on the Democrat side, she was standing against this. I almost actually, Cynthia McKinney, a handful of years back, tried to get me to go to China with her and with a group. And I had actually put my $500 deposit down. We were going to go check out the Uyghurs and all kinds of stuff. And then one of my sons ended up scheduling his wedding in the middle of that trip and couldn't move it because his wife's family and their schedule. And so I had to cancel my China trip with Cynthia. But Democrat or Republican, the overwhelming majority of America fell for this crap. And that's one of the reasons why, and even in the 2008 campaign, in the 2008 presidential campaign, Ron Paul was running technically his second time because he had run in 88 as the Libertarian Party candidate, but he was running in 2008 for the Republican nomination. One of the Republicans in the primaries was Rudy Giuliani. But united, there were 12 men in that, was it 12 or 15? There was a bunch of people running in 2008 for the Republican nomination. And every single one of them, except for Ron Paul, was like, oh, I'm proud we fought in Iraq and everything. America was still like, yeah, I'm for that. Even Donald Trump back then was saying that he was for the Iraq war. That's before he decided in 2016 that, oh, I better not say that because times have changed. But everybody was still in 2008. There was only a small minority of us in the country that were saying, do you not understand the principle of blowback? Do you not see what has happened in the 5 years or so since we went into Iraq? Look at this debacle. We've got another Vietnam-style quagmire here. We're not going to get out of this. We're not going to win this. Now, move forward, thank goodness, because the best thing that Ron Paul did when he ran for president, he wasn't going to win. They weren't going to let him. There was no chance. But what Ron Paul did was he went around and he rallied the country and he got an entire generation of Americans excited about old school Republican and Libertarian principles of non-intervention, small government, limited government, stuff like that. And he did it again in 2012. So that by the time we got to 2016, there had been this groundswell of Americana, conservative Americana, re-embracing the old Barry Goldwater style republicanism, where you just stay out of other people's business. The old founding fathers' principles of friendship, trade, commerce with all, untangling alliances with none. That was re-enthroned, and Trump realized, okay, well, I'll just tell people I'm for that, because that's what the party wants, and I want them to vote for me, so I'll tell them that. And then he got into office. He expanded the war in Afghanistan. He expanded the war in Syria, really blew that one up, expanded the war for a while in Iraq, increased the drone strikes in Yemen, and tried to get into a war with with Iran. And of course, there were all the CIA operations under him that were taking place kind of under the radar in Sudan and Somalia and a lot of places, destabilizing there. So when he's saying all this on the campaign trail in 2016, he said it again in 2020, and he said it again in 2024, which was America first. We don't want to be spending all our money in these foreign wars. We don't want to be. And so that momentum that Ron Paul had gotten going, Trump capitalized on that. But then he got in office again. And just like he betrayed everything he had said in his first term, like building the wall and stuff like that. He finished a grand total of 69 miles of new wall. To this day, it's only, I think, 89 miles of wall out of the 1,800 that was supposed to be built. But he's gotten into office, and he doesn't care about you. I'm telling you, Trump supporters, he never cared about you beyond how he could use you and for his own agenda, for his own advancement. Can't you see that Donald Trump is beholden to the Zionists? He doesn't care about you. If he has to choose between the big money that comes from the Zionist lobby or you and the couple bucks you're going to use to buy his MAGA hat, come on. Surely you can see this at this point. It's one thing to stand by your man and your woman in difficult times. That's noble, that's good in marriages. But if you are married to a serial cheater who commits adultery over and over and over and over on you, and you still stay with that person and let them do that to you, sorry, but it's tough to have respect for someone who cucks out like that. You got to stand up for yourself, MAGA. You got to stand up for yourself. You got to stand with the rest of the MAGA base that is finally realizing, even if you want to tell yourselves he was never like this, he just suddenly in the last few months changed. Fine, whatever. Tell yourselves what you need to. But the fact is, MAGA is fracturing. And there's a division between the neocons in the MAGA movement and the America Firsters. So you pick. You pick. Because you have to. You can't do both. Don't let them keep doing this to you guys. I'm going to refresh some of these lists real quick. And then maybe what I'll do is take a look at the chat. If there's not a whole lot going on, then with these, then I'll take a look at the chat with you guys and talk with you directly. But I want to go through this. Let's see here. On its 625th day, the most prominent developments in the Israeli genocide in Gaza. Yep, they're still killing people. And here's the Crown Prince, which is, there's no such thing as a Crown Prince of Iran. But this is the guy that the CIA has groomed from the beginning to install if they can change the regime in Iran. Totally beholden to Israel. Let me go back to this is my feed. The President of the United States, the President of the United States, comma, Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance. So I said this 8 hours ago. IDF jets currently striking drone warehouses and other weapon facilities in southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. Iran would only close the strait if the U.S. attacks. Israeli opts to wipe out the means to shut the strait opens the path for the USA to attack. All right, this is just a couple seconds of that shock and awe campaign. Is what the Bush administration was calling it. They were calling it shock and awe, but this is the opening salvo in Baghdad. Oops, sorry. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like when Trump gets whatever his justification is to begin the regime change operation. This is what you're going to see in Tehran. It could be a little while before this happens, but this is what we're going to see in Tehran. Don't lose heart. If you're rooting for Iran, don't lose heart. It'll look ugly in the beginning, just like it looked ugly. Remember when Israel back on the 13th attacked Iran? Looked awful. Looked like they were just wiping them out. Iran wasn't going to do anything back. And then the bombs started. And then Iran's initial response was to send 100 drones over or something, which all got shot down by Jordan and Saudi Arabia and the United States shooting them down for Israel. And it looked like, oh, geez, these guys are going to get their butts kicked. But then the ballistic missiles started falling on Tel Aviv. They surprised a lot of people. Don't be surprised. If you go back and you guys remember the military assessments that I've done in a matchup between Iran and Israel. I said Israel's got superior air superiority. They're gonna get in there and bam, 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 hit Tehran. But their missiles are gonna just be doing a lot of superficial damage. What's gonna happen is that Iran is gonna start firing their ballistic missiles, and they're going to do serious damage. And once they start bleeding in Israel, we're going to see some changes, because the people are wimps over there. They don't know. They're not. We're chosen. Who does this to us? We're out here in these parking garages and tents. We can't even go home. This is crazy. Unfortunately, the people of Israel have no more say over their government than we do here in the United States with ours. But anyway, so Pahlavi, this is the son of the former puppet dictator we had in Iran, the Shah of Iran, and this is him making his obligatory pilgrimage to bend the knee to Netanyahu. Can't run Iran on behalf of Israel unless you go kiss the ring. February 2016, Trump told the United States, who blew up the World Trade Center? It wasn't the Iraqis, it was Saudi Arabia. Open the documents. In May of 2025, just a couple months ago, Trump and Saudi Arabia bragging, I brokered the largest weapon sales in history between our two nations. Yeah. All right. And this is some of the reporting I had done on the assessment of what was going to happen tonight. Let me play this real quick, and we'll switch gears here in just a second. All right, and then it just kind of fades out. That's all. All right, so anyway, this is the guy they want to install. Real awful person. Israeli journalist, quoting a source in the occupation government, said, "We're awaiting satellite analysis to assess the damage to the nuclear sites. It is clear that we're talking about extensive damage, while at the same time Israel is preparing for an Iranian response." Let me tell you something. We are going to see some fireworks. We are going to see some fireworks when it starts. And mods and everybody else, if I'm yapping away and ranting and we get news that the barrage has started, somebody get my attention. Put a ton of emojis in there or something. I don't know what. Something to get my attention, and I'll bring us back here. Because these lists that I've got, we often get the footage, these different lists I've got, we usually see the earliest video footage that comes out. Iranian Republican Guard Navy commander reportedly says the Strait of Hormuz will be shut down within hours. Iranian ballistic missiles launched toward Israel. Impacts expected in the coming minutes. All right, guys. Here in a few minutes, we're going to be seeing some mess. Now, the United States has got a lot of carriers over there right now, stationed off the coast of Israel, waiting for this. Everyone knows the ballistic missile barrage is going to come in. It'll be interesting to see what Iran does. They don't have time to send over drones first. The smart thing to do, if you could do it, is to launch the drones, get them out there so that Iron Dome, David Sling, the Tomahawks, whatever missile defense systems, THAAD, everything that's going to be used to knock down, are having to take out these little things like the drones, so that it's overwhelmed and the ballistic missiles will have a better chance. So let's keep. I'm going to keep refreshing these feeds until we start to see this siren sounding in Jordan following the launch of ballistic missiles at Israel from Iran. Israel states that it has detected the launch of missiles from Iran, with sirens expected to sound soon across Israel. Passive trigger appears in place. Iran acts. The U.S. executes the next package. Literally, the ball is in Iran's court. So what we're going to see is, I would expect fairly quickly after this, we're going to start to see some retaliation by the United States. And it could be some of that stuff in Tehran that I'm expecting. What I'm interested in seeing is Hezbollah has been eerily quiet. And I don't know if they are thinking that the better thing to do is just lay low, stay out of this, and try and stay alive, because they've been so degraded. But if there was ever a time to attack, it is now. I'm hoping that I'm wrong about this, and that Iran has been able to maintain a really close relationship with Hezbollah, since they basically have armed them and everything else. That Hezbollah has just been laying low, waiting so that they could coordinate with Iran. Same with the Houthis. I hope they all hit. We'll see. Let's check for updates. This is the first missile launch by Iran against Israel in over 30 hours. And that's because I had noticed that earlier today too. Each day I go and I put up a whole bunch of video footage from the previous 24 hours. There was almost nothing from Iran. And I think that's because they were trying to keep they knew this attack was coming. I mean, from the military strategy, it was easy to see that the timing was now. So rather than leave their missile launchers out there for Israel to go and try and hit, or the United States try and help coordinate the attacks on these missile launchers. They held them back. They kept them out of the way, ready to go, because they knew this was getting ready to happen. I don't know that Netanyahu is even in Israel right now. Possible. If so, he's as deep in the ground as he can get. Iranian TV. I've been on press TV a couple of times. They say Trump's reckless adventurism against Iran turns U.S. bases in West Asia into sitting targets. Israeli radio reports that the U.S. did not attack the enrichment facility in Isfahan that Israel had attacked, but rather another site that was carved into the mountain. 5 minutes ago, missiles launched. Former U.S. State Department spokesman Ned Price says Trump's diplomacy was a deception to lull Iran, and the White House misled the public and allies, leading to the current consequences. Yeah, remember, this isn't 4D chess. If it is 4D chess to lie to the American people, F Trump. Our leaders should not be lying to us. And he lied to us. He didn't just lie to the Iranians with these negotiations. He lied over and over and over and over about negotiations when really what he was doing was preparing to attack Iran. He lied to the American people. He should be impeached after this. Not that you're going to get Republicans to do that. Israeli official believes Iran is likely to retaliate against American targets. They are in an apocalyptic mindset, unwilling to compromise and charging forward headfirst no matter the cost. Duh. What have we got? Israeli media is turning on Netanyahu. This is the end of his regime. I don't know. I'm not sure When someone lies to you 30,000 times in 4 years and you still believe him, you're in a cult. Trump calls Iran the bully of the Middle East. Sirens sounding across Israel due to another. This is from the IDF itself. Sirens sounding due to another Iranian missile launch. Impacts expected in coming minutes. Central Israel targeted. So they're going to hit Tel Aviv. Yep, there we go. Sirens blaring in Tel Aviv. Iranian official has announced no fuel shipments to Europe will pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Man, we are in trouble. Listen, fill up your tanks tonight. In the morning, we're going to start to see pretty soon. We're going to start to see prices going up. Iran is raining Israel with missiles. Let me refresh. What news have we got here? Sirens all across northern and central Israel. Yep, so so they're going to hit Haifa. They're going to hit Tel Aviv. Those are the two main places they're going to be hitting. Breaking: Yemen ready to attack all American ships and warships in the Red Sea. That was a couple hours ago. And I heard that earlier in the day. All right, yeah, I better be careful. This one, the pro-Palestine intel stuff that I have, there's often pictures. There was one earlier today. It was horrible. Just the severed leg of a baby from getting blown up by Israel. Sirens have stopped in Tel Aviv. One possible engagement seen from the city. So these are Zionists. Most of these people are going to be pro-Zionist, pro-Israel. Statement has been released from the foreign minister of Iran. The United States, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, has committed a grave violation of the UN Charter international law and the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, by attacking Iran's peaceful nuclear installations. The events are outrageous, will have everlasting consequences. Each and every member of the UN must be alarmed over this extremely dangerous, lawless, and criminal behavior. Stock market will be red on Monday. Stock market will be green on Monday. I guess we'll see. Still red alerts. No impacts reported yet. Israeli interceptors are firing, which means that these missiles are incoming. Missiles incoming. Explosions in Jerusalem and the center of and the center, I guess. I guess it means central. All right, so they're hitting some certainly it's not going to be East Jerusalem they're hitting. All right, so explosions are being reported in Jerusalem and central Israel. Strait of Hormuz could be blocked within hours. Emergency protest in Times Square Sunday, June 22nd at 2 p.m. If you're around, go do it. Guys, I want you all. I am going to, if there are any rallies in my area, I'm going to participate. If I have to drive a little ways to participate, I'm going to participate. Participate in rallies in your area. This is very serious. It doesn't matter who organizes it. I don't care if it's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I don't care if it's Nancy Pelosi. I don't care who is organizing the rallies. I don't care who you have to link arms with at these rallies. This is the Zionists are coming after all of us. They're taking away our free speech. They've got Trump deporting students. They've got Trump taking away the right of free speech on college campuses. You can't protest Israel on. Do you really think that if you stand around and you let Donald Trump start punishing colleges and not allowing people to get out there and wave flags and yell chants and do stuff protesting the genocide in Gaza because it's anti-Semitism, do you think the Zionists are going to stop at college campuses? They're coming for all of us. They are coming for America. If we don't capitalize on this moment in U.S. history, there has never been a time since the founding of Israel when there has been more attention to the dangers of Zionism than there is right now. If we don't capitalize on this, we are not going to have another chance anytime soon. We have got to rally together, flood the streets, participate, speak out, be vocal about this in social media. This is a time for Democrats and Republicans to set aside petty differences and not so petty differences. Who cares? We've got some very big differences between the parties on certain social issues and things like that. Whatever, fine. This is a time to not be a Democrat. This is a time to not be a Republican. This is a time to be an American, to come together for something that is right, something that is affecting all of us. The enemy is at the gate. The enemy is at the gate. They have taken control of the White House. They own every member of the Trump administration. This is a big attack. Impacts reported in the north and center with dozens of interceptors being fired and interceptions being seen in the sky over Tel Aviv. They're going to get their asses kicked. They are going to get their asses kicked. The USA is probably going to respond. I would love to see Trump stand down and say, you know what? I'm going to let Israel handle that part. I will worry about what happens to U.S. bases. Let me switch screens. I'm going to pull up here in a second. I've got another list that actually I want to access where I track activity with some people that they kind of keep track of militia activity in Iraq. Give me a second. Let me find that list. All right. At least 6 missiles reached their targets in Haifa and Tel Aviv. Israel is not safer, and Washington needs another excuse to bomb Iran now. Haifa is being bombed right now. Iran launched missiles at Tel Aviv this handful of minutes ago. All right. But I'm not seeing anything yet, and probably won't for a while, seeing anything from Iraq. But we've got bases all over the place there. And Gulf states, not that you're listening to me, but you Gulf nations that are providing bases on your lands for the United States to carry out this attack on Iran, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Absolutely ashamed of yourselves. Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, bastards. How could you let Israel and the United States use your lands to attack a fellow Muslim nation? How can you let them do this? You cowards, you bastards have sat there saying Mohammed bin Salman talking about, oh yeah, we're so concerned about the Palestinians. And then Recep Erdogan, president of Turkey up there, telling the Turks, oh yeah, Netanyahu is the new Hitler. Yeah, you don't do jack crap. None of you people are doing anything for them. Iran is the only nation standing, and then the Houthis down in Yemen. It's not the whole country, but it's a lot. Okay. Give me a second. I'm starting to get a little bit of footage here. Let me get the sound on. This is incoming Iranian ballistic missiles over the West Bank in central Israel. So you just see them there. Hopefully we'll get some videos soon of impacts. Steven said in the chat, what are my thoughts on countries like Russia and China stepping in? I don't expect either of them to step in. North Korea, I don't think any of them are going to get involved in this. If anything, Russia's not going to come to the defense militarily of Iran. If anything, Russia would use the chaos. Once it gets worse, they could potentially use the chaos to take action over in Ukraine. China hypothetically could go after Taiwan, but I don't think they will at this time. North Korea hypothetically could try and settle grievances with South Korea, but they're not going to. They may supply some weapons to Iran, but this is not their fight. All right, here's a ballistic missile impact in Haifa just a short while ago. All right. Let me see here. Try this list. We successfully struck the Zionist cult's key sites in occupied Jaffa Tel Aviv and Haifa moments ago. I put up a picture on Patreon. If you are one of my followers on Patreon, I put up some pictures of me in Jaffa or Tel Aviv. I think this video is just the missiles overhead. All right, not a whole lot to see there. We saw that one already. Here's another angle. Let's see, is that covered up? I think this will show up. Oh, that's just a picture. That's not a video. Yeah, cars on the road there. Little more footage of the that first missile. Video we saw earlier. It's not going to look as spectacular since it's daytime over there, but I think what matters is that they are effective, not that they are that they look good in videos. Roughly 25 to 30 ballistic missiles were fired in the last barrage by Iran, with roughly 10 impacts in the north and south of Israel. All right, so we've got so far, and they're going to be coming in waves. First wave, 25 to 30 ballistic missiles were fired, roughly 10 impacts. That's a pretty good strike ratio. We're still waiting for some new video to come through. Here we go. Central Tel Aviv. Picture, I think. Sirens blaring across occupied Palestine following Iran's launch of a barrage of ballistic missiles at multiple Israeli targets. Explosions are reported in several locations. Large ballistic missile, and that's the same one. I think, yeah, it's the same one that we saw. Impacts in Tel Aviv. All right, let me refresh here. So these lists, I've got these grouped by, well, different, some of them are grouped according to the perspective of the people that are posting it. So you'll see maybe several that seem pro-Iranian and several that are pro-Israeli. We should have some more coming in here shortly. No, not that. That's not it. That one we saw. All right. Nothing new there. More than 10 impacts reported across Israel as Iran launched the first ballistic missile attack. Many MAGA folks are moving goalposts again by saying the president didn't break his promise because technically it's not a declaration of war. Truth is, none of our major wars. Yeah. So already MAGA is trying to come up with excuses. Well, he didn't declare war, so he didn't take us to war. What a bunch of dumbasses. Why didn't Saudi Arabia issue a statement condemning the U.S. bombing of Iran? Show us your cleverness, you cowards. Yeah, it's my feeling. I am not a fan of the Saudis. Let's see, when is this? U.S. strikes on Iranian sites, launches a missile barrage. Well, this. I don't know how accurate this is. They're claiming this is a U.S. strike on Iranian sites. Well, it could be. Could be live. Yeah, this is a live feed. They're claiming that it's the United States striking sites in Iran.
أهلا ومرحبا بكم مشاهدينا في متابعة متواصلة لهذه الحرب بين إيران وإسرائيل. نتابع هذه الصور المباشرة لحظة سقوط الصاروخ الإيراني على حيفا. أيضا نتابع من العواجل ما صرح به الحرس الثوري الإيراني إذ يقول الآن بدأت الحرب. إذا كما نتابع هناك أخبار متسارعة حول آخر التطورات، لا سيما بعد توجيه القوات الأمريكية ضربات على منشآت نووية في إيران في ساعات الفجر الأولى على كل من.
Someone said earlier that OBS is free. I've downloaded it. I just haven't had time to configure it and learn it real quick.
أيضا ونقلا عن الإسعاف الإسرائيلي يشار إلى أن هناك 10 إصابات ل10 مواقع مختلفة جراء الضربات الإيرانية.
All right, I'm going to leave this for a minute and come back. Ballistic missile launched by Iran struck the city of Haifa in northern Israel despite no sirens or alerts sounding in the city. How about that? I wonder if could it have been a cyber attack that took out their warning system? That's unusual. It's unusual for Israel to not be sounding the alarm. Nothing new there. All right, this is some damage from the strikes in Haifa.
راح نص النوردو شو كل النوردو وارتسل بعد.
Fires in buildings in Petah Tikva, Tel Aviv, and Haifa. Air raid sirens sound again in large areas of northern occupied Palestine, so we must have another one coming in. Here's some of that footage. Some pretty big hits there. Footage over of smoke over a Haifa market street.
Wow.
All right, this is Iranian missile destroyed a house, set it on fire during an attack. I'm not sure the location here. That one we saw. Yep, same thing. Big Iranian strike, Haifa, Israel. Yeah, we'll have some more footage pouring in here. Won't take long. Three nuclear facilities in the Natanz, Fordo, and Isfahan were evacuated some time ago. Go back here. I'm going to keep that audio on for just a second.
على ما واي ارسل الخاء بكيوسك شل جوكر على ارسل على ما ماد ايه مع الظاهر ناس مش عماي انا بطري بوب ارسل في عدد من المواقع هنالك اشارات لوقوع قضايا لربما في منطقه وسط اسرائيل في منطقه جنوب تل ابيب وجنوب شرق تل ابيب.
Now, I might not have heard that right, but I thought he had said that was Al-Khalil, but I might be hearing wrong. If so, that's the Arabic name for Hebron, what the Jews call Hebron. Hebron is where I was detained by the Israeli security forces. I had come out just a few minutes before from the Mosque of Abraham. Took my passport, called it in, checking my record. All right, 51 seconds ago, new launch of missiles detected. Yeah, from the IDF is the source. An additional barrage of rockets was fired at Israel. So we are waiting for that. Yeah, it looks like they're in previous strikes, they would send a wave and just hit one area, but it looks like now they're hitting a bunch of places at once. I'm going to keep this just quietly in the background, so if I hear explosions, I'll know to come over here. Actually, I'm going to open this in another window so that I can go back and look at this list. Some different damage. That one we saw. That we saw. This must be from an... I don't know. That doesn't look like right time, but maybe. I don't know. Looks dark in that picture when all of these others are in the light. So anyway, second wave of Iranian missiles are on the way in. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of propaganda spreads around. Additional sirens now sounding in northern Israel as Iran continues to launch ballistic missiles. So there are sirens in what the Jews call Galilee, the West Bank, basically. Some of it down here at the bottom. Nazareth right over there. All right. Just a little bit of a waiting game, waiting to see what comes through. Advisor to the this is snarky. Advisor to the Iranian parliament speaker said from Iran's perspective, nothing strange has happened. Iran has been anticipating an attack on Fordo for nights. The site was evacuated long ago and suffered no irreversible damage from the attack. Two things are certain. First, knowledge is invincible, and second, the gambler will lose this time.
הנה, עשו דקל עכשיו. דקל של ישראל. וואו.
תגיד, מה יום העצמאות היום? וואו. אופיר, תסתכל למעלה.
תסתכל למעלה, אופיר. מעל הראש רואים את תל אביב.
البرلمان الإيراني تحدث عن أن المواقع النووية الثلاث لم تتضرر. بالأثناء الجيش الإسرائيلي يتحدث عن دفعة إضافية من الصواريخ الإيرانية تجاه إسرائيل.
All right, well, I guess while we just wait a minute for the next wave to start hitting, it says here from Hebrew sources, 2 people were seriously injured in the shelling that targeted the settlement of Nes Ziona on the coast. I'm not quite sure what that is. Shelling would be different from the missiles hitting. I may just be using the wrong terminology there. Missiles over Jerusalem. Well, it could be propaganda, but the Iranians are definitely saying over and over that the destruction was not that bad. All right. Well, you guys see what I'm seeing here. Not a whole lot at this point. All right, so I'm going to pause and just kind of look over at the chat here and see what we got going on. And I apologize for those of you who have made some donations. Sorry, I'm not watching the super chat. I apologize for that. I'm sorry, not the super chat, but the chat box here. All right, I just set a super chat goal there. Anyone who during this live stream, anyone who makes a super chat donation of $5 or more, if you would like a personal letter from me, I'll type up a letter just to you and mail that to you. You can just, if you make a donation during the stream, email me at jake@blackstoneintel.com. Tell me your name and address that you want the letter sent to, and also what your screen name is that you use in the super chat. And like I said, I'd be glad to send you a letter. I just mailed out a couple letters this morning to a few folks that donated. Let's see, what is this? Rocket attack on Haifa. Okay, I think that's pictures coming in from a different angle of one of the strikes that we saw on Haifa earlier. About 27 rockets were fired from Iran in the final salvo a short while ago. All right, so we'll see. And this could be the aftermath of Iranian missiles hitting an Israeli target in Tel Aviv. All right, let's look at this. Oops, sorry. FAFO. You support genocide. You support attacking other countries around you. Sorry, guys. I feel no pity. I feel no pity. Here's when I would feel pity for the Israeli people. I would feel pity for the Israeli people if they were marching in the streets, speaking out against their government for trying to kill the people in virtually every country around them. Then I would feel bad. If they were trying to stop their government, I would feel bad. But when you've got 60 to 70% of the Israeli public, the Jewish Israeli public, there's a different stats for the Israeli Arabs, but for the Jewish Israeli public, when you've got 60 to 70% supporting war with Iran and nearly 100% support for the genocide in Gaza, sorry, I'm not going to shed a tear for you when your apartment buildings get blown up by Iran because you were stupid enough to think that you're so superior that no one's going to hit you back. They're going to learn a big lesson. Iran is going to, regardless of what happens to Iran in the end of all this, they're going to teach a serious lesson to Israel. All right, this person says, while Iran has launched fewer missiles, their accuracy and potency have increased. They've been learning. They've been paying attention. They've been recalibrating. They've been learning what Israel's defenses can do. Not only that, but Israel is struggling. This was the main thing I was saying about Iran's capabilities, is Israel can get over there and bomb the crap out of them from their jets. But Iran has, their supply of ballistic missiles goes deep. And they are going to light that country up like a birthday cake. They brought it on themselves. I would love to see Tel Aviv just turned into Gaza, so that these people have something to think about. Come on, Internet, show us some videos. All right, here we go. What is this new? If so, it's... Jeez. I thought that was an older video, but I guess not. Jeez, look at that. Yeah, this was just posted. But it does look similar to some other photos I've seen. But this could be fresh. Man, look at that. Boom. IDF Home Front Command has said that civilians can now leave their shelters in northern and central Israel. What else here? Yeah, leave your shelter so you can get some internet access and send us your videos. We want to see what's going on. I don't know, there's so many first responders out there. It seems like that's not fresh. That could be old footage. I'm not sure. Zionist air defenses have not been very successful. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff coming out now. So this could be this video footage could be new. I guess they just jumped out there pretty fast. Look at that. You're not going to be staying in there anytime soon. Make Israel Palestine again. All right. That's all of that one. More attacks are expected to follow. All right, so the second wave, looks like the second wave, everything has hit. That's why they're letting people leave the bunkers for right now. But we will probably see something else in the next few minutes. What will be interesting to see is if they decide to try and hit a U.S. air base, or if they get out there and try and shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Israel said 40% of the Iranian missiles hit their targets and were not intercepted. Israel and the United States may have prepared for the bombing of Iran's nuclear sites a year ago, but time will tell if they prepared for Iran's reaction. What is this dummy talking about? Demands answers. Yeah, you go demand some answers, Chuck Schumer. Yeah, demand some answers. How about this? How about you explain to me why you've been supporting Israel and barely lifting a word of criticism over the last 20 months as they've massacred everybody? I wonder why. It couldn't be because you're a Zionist too. These politicians. I was checking this other live feed. All right, they're showing some live footage.
في اوساط الاسرائيليين ما الذي سيحصل تاليا وهل نحن مقبلون على تصعيد اكبر خلال اليوم او خلال الساعات المقبله نظرا لما قامت به الولايات المتحده من استهداف للمنشآت النوويه الايرانيه بعد حث اسرائيل على القيام بذلك واعلان الجانب الامريكي.
The question is asked in the chat, does anyone think that Israel will use a stray rocket to get the third temple built? Really, that's the only time they could do it would be in a situation like this, and even then it would be really hard. What they would have to do basically is, first of all, you can't take out the Dome of the Rock. The whole Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is massive, is on the site that the Jews say is their ancient Temple Mount, which archaeology has kind of shown that that's actually not the case. The temple is actually a little further away. But the Dome of the Rock is so big and it is so reinforced that an individual or a couple rogue settlers, they're not going to go in there and bring it down. They can't. They could, do some cosmetic damage, but they can't blow it up. Can't be done. So you would have to have something like a ballistic missile hit it. You would have to have, they can't get into pre-plant explosives, most likely, to where they could blow it up from inside. So really it would have to come down to where what Israel would have to do is hit it with a really big interceptor missile and act like it misfired. But even then, it's just, they could damage it, but they couldn't take it out. They would have to swarm into East Jerusalem with the entire IDF would have to go in to secure the site, which is not going to be done. So damage could be done, but they're not taking the site. It's not going to happen. No time soon. This would have to be a full-scale World War III type scenario where it's scorched earth and everything is just getting obliterated. Sure, in that situation, absolutely. But aside from that, I don't see it happening myself. I know they want it really bad. Some of them do, and actually there are a lot of them do, because a lot of them are extremists. And so I've been talking about it for years. I've been looking at the whole temple thing for years and years and years now, because I've loved eschatology, not just Christian eschatology, but Islamic eschatology, and looking what the Jews have to say on the matter. And they talk about it, and they've made preparations. They've got all kinds of stuff ready to go. But the settlers can rush in there. They can take control. They can do stuff. But as far as to be able to construct the temple, you would not only have to have damage, you'd have to go in, like even if the dome collapsed, the whole thing is a mosque. You would have to go and raise the entire acres of area there would have to be raised. That would take time. You would have, the Palestinians are not going to stand around. The Muslim world's not going to stand around and just watch the Jews go and demolish that holy site and them not do anything about it. It'd be a massive war. So Israel would have to first come out on top in a major war where they are just conclusively the last man standing for that to work out. Don't tell that to the extremist settlers. They believe quite otherwise. They want something very different, but that they can want whatever they want. Reality is different from that. Of course, that doesn't mean that you won't have crazies that go in there and try. The extremist settlers are not bright people. So anyway, they could get in there and try. And I know from having been there, seeing places. I was in which church was it? It was the church. It was the church, the Orthodox Christian church that had the Jacob's well in it. You go in, and the well in Samaria that Jacob had built in the Old Testament, and that the patriarchs and others had used over time, and that Jesus drank from the well, the story of the woman at the well, and Jesus sitting there, and he asks her to draw water up, and she's looking for the pail, the bucket, and says, I don't have anything to draw with. And he says, well, if you had asked me, I would have given you living water. And she's like, what are you talking about? And then they go and they have this conversation back and forth. That well, anyway, that church that is built over that, there was the priest that was there has been there for a long time, but going back years ago, the previous priest, who was the guy running the show there, kind of maintaining and everything, he was murdered with an axe. A religious zealot, a Jew, went in, took an axe, and hacked him to death. So they're crazy. The extremist settlers are nuts. They are nuts. So I don't put it past them to try, but as far as them succeeding in it, I don't think that's realistic. A couple pictures here, some additional photos showing the destruction. Little video.
وفي 5-6 بنيانين طلع هذا بتقدر تكيم الصوت كيمو راح يا كله عجم كيني رمتها في
all over the place.
איזה כוח, איזה הרס. מזמור לדוד אדוני רואי לחסר מנהל את השרביטים ומנהל נפשי שאומרים לחלום עצמו. גם כי אלך וגייס על מוות, לא אירא רע כי אתה עמדי, שפתך משמתך למען חמוני טהור לפניך לפני צוהרי, וישנת בשמן ראשי כסיר רווייך כה בחסד. ירדפוני כל ימי חיי ושבתי בבית אדוני לאורך ימים. שהם ניתוק הדינים מכולם, כל הפצועים, כולם יצאו בשלום בעזרת השם יברך. יהיה ישועות, 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 ישועות לכל עם ישראל, ישועות, 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 ישועות.
All right. What is this? Tetchcom, whatever your name is. I kept deleting your replies. I don't know I've not seen you all night. I'm not reading the chat most of the time. I don't even know what you're talking about. So either shut up and stop griping like a little whining baby, or, make your point, say what you need to. But I see a bunch of these messages from you griping about me deleting your stuff. I haven't deleted anything of yours. So be quiet. Be quiet or go away. Jeez. Whiner. I'm deleting my stuff, Jake.
دمار شامل كل البنيانين حوالي 6-7 بنيانين بسفير دمار شامل في 3 بنيانين من ورا.
Yeah, this is not Iran is not just hitting military infrastructure. They're like, you know what? Gloves are off. Gloves are off. We're taking out your homes. A lot of the same videos over and over. All right. Let me refresh, see if we get anything new. Someone executed for working as an agent for the Mossad, giving sensitive locations and classified information. Look at that. Man. They busted that neighborhood. They wiped that neighborhood out. I mean, they just destroyed an entire block. Look at that. At the very least, they've made hundreds of people homeless. I mean, there's not going to be a lot of fatalities because the people are in bunkers, but still. Occupation forces open fire in the eastern areas of Gaza City. This is what I was wondering if they would do, if they would take advantage of the opportunity to go kill some more Palestinians. I don't know about any of you. I'd like the opportunity to, but whatever. If they need gloves, I don't care. I would love to have an outspoken. Give me Itamar Ben Gvir or Smotrich. They don't even. I'll use gloves. They don't have to use gloves. We'll let them go bare knuckle. Give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Why 10? 2 to knock them out. 8 to take my time. After that. These people are mass murderers. Mass murderers. Tens of thousands of dead people who did nothing wrong, who have suffered under the oppression of the Israeli regime for decades. And they're out there every day in the media trying to rile the people up and calling for more blood, more fighting, steal more homes. It's just not fair that these people are protected by American politicians, that you've got the Tom Cottons and any number, any politician in the Republican Party today, Lindsey Graham in the Senate, Randy Fine, that absolute freak who got elected Congress with the help of AIPAC just recently. Where is he from? I think he's from Florida. Maybe not, but I think it's Florida. Randy Fine, Congressman Randy Fine. I read a tweet from him where he said, this is a member of the U.S. Congress. He said that he shook the hand of Benjamin Netanyahu and he refused to wash his hand until he got home and rubbed his children's heads so that he could transfer whatever from Netanyahu onto his children. Thank you. A.I. Sruff says, careful, Jake. I'm sorry. I normally don't get this hot. Whew. Man, the injustice of it just drives me insane. Because it's gone on for so long. I started covering this stuff in writings. YouTube wasn't around yet, but back during the second Intifada, that's when I started covering the so-called Israel-Palestine conflict and writing about it and writing my perspectives and getting into trying to persuade people to see both sides. And then really 2014, during the massacres in Gaza that Israel committed. What was it? I forget exactly how many. It was around 2,000 roughly people that they killed. And that at that time was just unbelievable that they would kill that many people in a period of about 2 months. And I have watched this year after year after year after year. And certainly I have not been at this anywhere close to someone like Norman Finkelstein, who's put up with this and has been in he's really paid a lot for his defense of the Palestinian people, speaking out against Israel. But a lot of people that have been doing this for a long time, they feel despair. It's hard when you think finally this will be the time that people wake up and they see how evil Israel is, and they'll finally say, that's it, we're cutting off support from the United States. And then time passes and you realize, they don't care. Israel just increases its stranglehold on Congress. They extend the reach of their tentacles into the U.S. government. And it gets worse year after year after year. And I have watched this, and I feel like while there's everybody on YouTube and social media, they're going to be talking about this. And you've got all the flybys that, oh, this is the hot topic, let's capitalize on this. And they've been talking about it for weeks or months or whatever. But I have watched this for decades now, and seeing it get worse over time with the seemingly no hope. No hope. And I look at the situation right now, and I have never seen in all of that time the opportunity that we have before us right now to pry the fingers of the Zionists from around the throats of Americans. There is anger out there, anger at Trump, anger at Israel, anger at the Israeli lobby, and growing anger at the sycophantic losers in our Congress in both parties who just suck up to the Zionist lobby because it funds their campaigns and keeps them in power. But there are so many people right now waking up over the last while now. It started with, years ago, it was just, you had some liberal New York Jews. It was the Jews from up north here in the United States, progressive, starting to say, okay, we're going to step out and we're going to step away from our parents and we're going to speak out against Israel. And they started the momentum and they were doing good. And then you had some waves up and down. There was the BDS movement that tried to get started and there was a little success with it. But then Israel would reconsolidate control over the minds of the people between the Christian pastors who were all deceived by Satan into making people become tools of Israel and the Zionists. But over time, and Alex Jones would never speak out against Israel. You couldn't get anybody to speak out against Israel. But then gradually it got to where, because of the genocide from October 2023 moving forward, you had the rise of a lot of the progressive wing of the Democratic Party speaking out. But they got worse. But they got... basically, they turned off a lot of people because the tactics and the chants and the slogans and the actions on behalf of Palestine, while well-intentioned, it really was hard to distinguish it from BLM and some of these other kind of radical left-wing groups. And so you didn't have the people on the right wanting to link arms with these people. They just seemed too kind of fruity. But they did an excellent job at getting it out there, talking about it, getting it into mainstream consciousness. But as it's gotten here this last month or two, there has been a change. There is something new in the air that I have not detected in all these years, and that is a massive anger at Israel from a large segment or a larger segment of our population and around the world. And so this is our moment those of us who have been trying and trying and trying, this is when we can make our greatest strides with collective efforts. I'm not talking about us like me. I'm talking about us like all of us together, doing what parts we can. You may not be able to do a YouTube channel and do this kind of stuff. Fine. What can you do? You can speak out in social media. Well, you don't necessarily want to upset friends or whatever. You're not in a good situation. Maybe you're in the kind of employment where if you speak out on this, it could really, affect you, your income, your family. I got it. I understand. Everyone's got issues, but there's still something you can do. If you can't speak out, chip in to help those that can. Do what you can. I'm just saying, every single person out there, do your individual part right now. Now is the time. Now is the moment. All right, let me take a look here. See if there's any new updates. '20th wave. All right, we're at the 20th wave overall of Operation Sadiq Promise 3 was launched using new tactics, using a combination of long-range liquid and solid fuel ballistic missiles with destructive warheads and advanced capabilities to penetrate enemy air defenses. The operation targeted Ben Gurion Airport, and we haven't seen any videos from that yet. Targeted the Zionist entity's biological research center, support bases, and command and control centers at all levels of the enemy. And apparently some neighborhoods too. Yeah, you can tell. I've been looking at these pictures thinking, this isn't just a regular ballistic missile hitting. Something's different. And they're using different warheads. They're using more explosive warheads is what they're doing. Hey, Biggie Smallpox, I see you out there, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I am going to just refresh one or two lists, and then I'm going to look and talk with you guys in the chat, okay? And then we'll come back and look and see if there's been any new footage. Most of this is just showing the same photos, same kind of footage. What is this person here saying? The past 20 months, U.S. senators and president have acted like genocidal cheerleaders for the perpetrator. Now they also cheer for a president illegally attacking a sovereign country on behalf of Israel. It's flippin' mind-blowing. Yep, that's true. Man, whatever Iran is using, they hit hard. That's incredible. I just want to double check and make sure before I get out of here that there's to talk to you guys that there's not any new waves coming. Look at that. Somebody must have gotten a drone up there. And not a lot of people injured. All right. Same stuff there. Same stuff there. Nothing going on in the live feed. Nothing yet on a response to the United States. Here's some other footage.
سكرت بنك سكرت بنك سكرت
Compilation. All right, so just a compilation of the clips we've already seen. All right, well, let me switch screens here. I'll go back here if I see anything. Let me make sure that's not a new wave. Iranian missile fell on a shelter south of Tel Aviv, leaving dozens of people trapped inside under the rubble. I don't know if there's any fatalities or anything, of course, at this point. Okay. Whew. What a night, huh? What a night. All right, so we've been on about 2.5 hours at this point. We currently have got in the neighborhood of 700 people watching, and I don't know what our like count is, but let me put a quick request out there for everyone to take a second to hit the like button. And first thing I'm going to do is thank people that have given super chats. Earlier on, it's Coleman. Hey Jake, love your reports and so glad you're back. Is this a setup for the next false flag event? I wouldn't say it's a false flag event necessarily. Remember, a false flag, I'm not saying you're doing this, but I saw some people talking about false flag. False flag has got to be where it appears that someone else did the attack. So a false flag, for example, would be if Israel pre-planted some explosives in the Dome of the Rock or something and blew it up and said that it was an Iranian missile, and they've got a fuselage or something that they can so look they did this. That would be a false flag. As far as a false flag event, like something major like sinking of or attacking a U.S. ship or something, I don't think that there's a need for a false flag. A false flag is what you use to draw someone into a conflict. Israel didn't need a false flag. They needed it to get America into after 9/11. 9/11. They needed to get us into the Middle East somehow. So that was a false flag. When you have, whether it's multiple parties, a single party, if you try and, they just pinned the whole thing on Osama bin Laden. And it wasn't until a couple years later that the U.S. Senate started to term Senator Graham, and not Lindsey Graham, but I forget his first name, the other Graham, Bob Graham, I think it was. The Senate Intelligence Committee, they found out that, okay, actually there was funding from the Pakistani ISI, which is kind of their version of the CIA, their intelligence. There was funding from big figures in Saudi Arabia. There was certainly some involvement from Al-Qaeda operatives who were probably managed by Mossad. And then the CIA's fingerprints were all over it. And beyond any question, Israel's fingerprints were all over this. So this was an operation that was far beyond the scope of just Al-Qaeda. It took a lot more than that. So was that a false flag? Yeah. If you want to blame it on, if we had come out and said, look, there's a whole lot of different parties involved, and we acknowledge that, it'd be different. But when you're pinning on one, and you use that one incident or that one bad guy that you're talking about to justify going in and doing something, that's definitely a false flag. So where would we need to go in? What false flag would we need in order to get into a war with Iran at this point? Like, we don't need a false flag. The false flag, instead of a false flag, what they used was the claim of nuclear weapons, that they were on the verge of developing nuclear bombs. It's not a false flag, but it was the event or the excuse to get us into war. So Donald Trump didn't need a false flag. We didn't need like a USS Liberty incident, which is what Israel used to try and get us into the war in 1967. But will there be all kinds of deception? Absolutely. Are there going to be minor false flags? Absolutely. There will be little things. Like, for example, in Syria, back during the whole Syrian conflict, when somehow it just kept working out that it was only all of these gassings and the chemical attacks against civilians, and it was always the good militias. It was never ISIS. It was never al-Nusra. It was never, Jabhat al-Nusra or any of the other crazies. It was always the ones that were being backed by Iran, is what they were saying. So anyway, we'll see. We'll definitely see deception. That's the Mossad way. That's the CIA way. So 100%, it's Coleman. There's going to be deceptive activities, no question. But I don't think Trump needs it. I think that's too nuanced for Donald Trump. I don't think he requires a false flag, because I don't think he gives a damn what you or me or his own supporters think. I think he's going to do what he wants to do to satisfy his own ego and to pay back the Zionists that bought the presidency for him. John Benson, thank you so much for your donation. It's Coleman. John Benson, thank you for your donation. He says, thank you for giving us the truth. My family and I appreciate your work. Now, is this a precursor to World War III? It could be. I mean, it could spiral. I think that Trump would like for this to not turn into a bigger battle, a bigger war. I think he's hoping, I think he's got his fingers crossed that it'll be like last time he attacked Iran, that Iran will just do some symbolic reprisal and then things will settle down and he can move on. But Israel is absolutely not going to go for that. Israel is not going to stop until they have regime change. And the only way and Trump is going to be right there with them. He's going to be joined at the hip. If Bibi says, get your fat ass up and let's go change the Iranian regime, Trump is going to do it. He's going to participate in it. He may be reluctant, but he'll do it. The only thing that would stop Israel's march toward regime change is if Iran decimates Israel to the point that they just can't fight. Israel's not going to be like overthrown, driven out of the area. This would have to really spiral into something major for something like that to happen. And that would require the Palestinian people, the men of Palestine, basically carrying out a very large-scale October 7th type slaughter. I mean, and I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying you're not going to dislodge millions of Israelis from the land. Where are they going to go? I mean, I know you can say go back to Europe or wherever else, but practically, you could say that about the Palestinians. Well, they could just get up and go to Egypt or Jordan or whatever. But in reality, that's not how it works. So the only way you're going to destroy the state of Israel is to uproot the people and get them out of there. And how did they get the Palestinians out to begin with? It was through massacres, through mass atrocities. The 1948 Nakba, the catastrophe, was literal, like textbook terrorist groups, Jewish terrorist groups, the Irgun, the Haganah, Lehi, going around committing mass atrocities. 500 villages that they razed. They would just line the people up and shoot them dead. They would rape the women, kill the children, terrorize them, and the people fled. That was an Israeli version of October 7th on a mass scale. They did that. And that got control of a lot of the territory for them. So I'm saying that the only way that Palestinians would get the Israelis out is if they did something like that. And that would be very, very difficult. For one thing, they'd have to be as bloodthirsty as the Jewish terrorists that participated in the Nakba. And I've been there. I've talked to these people. While there are some who are militant, the Palestinians are largely gentle people. It's not, they'll fight to defend themselves, but look at what they've put up with, and they tolerate a lot more than most people in the world would. They're far more patient and long-suffering. So the idea that they would just hop up and go try and drive the Israelis out seems very unlikely to me, even if they were presented with that opportunity. I don't think they have that kind of bloodlust or that kind of anger. And beyond that, it would be extremely difficult because they simply don't have any weapons. They would have to do it with rocks. That's all they've got. They've got stones, which the whole area there has an abundance of. But you've got to remember, the Israeli population is heavily armed. All of these people have served in the IDF. Most homes, or a good percentage of homes, have rifles. They've got automatic weapons in a lot of the homes. These are people are ex-military. Everybody has to serve in the military there. So it would be very difficult. So I think that the practical reality is these peoples have to learn to live together. I think the most ideal situation is for them to have one state where they all have equal voting rights. I think that they need to abolish this concept of a Jewish state, which is what Israel is a Jewish state that discriminates against non-Jews. That has to end. You have to have total equality between Palestinians and Jews. If you have that, they can live together. But it's going to take a lot of work to bring that about. And I think that history shows us that it's only after serious events like World War II where people can turn around and change. Think about the German population and their attitudes toward the Jews during World War II. Look at them today, how dramatically different. I mean, in all of Europe, there's nobody who stands up for the Jews and does more for the Jews, except for maybe Poland, than Germany. Big shift in the attitude there. They're way far the wrong direction, in my opinion. I think they've gone, the pendulum swung all the way to the opposite end, to the point that they're supporting, Israeli genocide, giving them weapons and everything. But anyway, why am I talking about that? That's because John asked about World War III. Sorry, that's not even answering your question. Do I think we're headed toward World War III? I think that, no. I think that it could happen. I think that the potential for World War III is not going to be direct action. I don't see any Gulf states really coming to the aid of Iran. I don't see anyone other than some militias coming to the aid of Iran. I don't think they want to get involved. What I do see as the potential for World War III is, just like in World War II, what made it a world war is not the whole world was fighting against Germany. What it was individual regions, they were like, you know what, things are in chaos, now is the time for us to settle scores. If World War III starts, it's not going to be because of Israel and Iran fighting it out, probably, unless, Israel does have nukes. They could, if they faced that existential crisis where it looks like they're going to be overthrown and destroyed by Iran, then they could nuke Iran. But I don't think Iran would ever try and take it that far, even if they could. But where you do have the potential for world war is during the chaos. If this conflict, this regional conflict, expands big enough, then you could have other parties saying, in the midst of this chaos, we are going to settle our own regional conflicts. Ukraine and Russia, which could draw in NATO, India and Pakistan, which could go nuclear, and of course the North Korea, South Korea, and the China-Taiwan issue. So that's what would make it a world war, is not everybody getting involved directly with Iran. It's, all right, we're all going to do our own things. That's the potential. So I am more concerned about World War III breaking out, either because NATO tries to take advantage of the situation and goes after Russia, or vice versa. But probably the biggest potential conflict, I think, is India-Pakistan. That could turn it into like a nuclear war. It's a mess. The more ideologically extreme opposing nations are, the greater the likelihood. So I'm not downplaying. I'm not saying I don't think this could turn into World War III. I have been saying that myself all along. Some of my video titles back when Trump was trying to start war with Iran, I was saying, this could turn into World War III. So I see it, but I don't think it's going to be because Iran is doing something. I think it's going to be because individual pockets are settling their scores, taking advantage. But I think that would only happen if this gets nasty enough. And it has the potential. Has the potential. Depends on what Trump does. Iran has played this as good as any nation could. Given the dire threat that they have faced, the stress that they have been under from Israel and the United States, not even just in the last 10 years. I'm talking about for over half a century, what we've been doing. That they have not had any major missteps. They've not tried to rush in and develop nukes or anything. They've not attacked Israel. And when they have had to respond to the United States or Israel, they've had a very strong but measured response to avoid escalation. They have done a very amazing job. And even now, Iran is being so reserved that I think they're being too reserved. But they are probably, the leadership is probably less, probably more dispassionate than I am over it. So I'm like a lot of you. I just want to see, smash them. But if I had to be the decision maker, when I stop and think through this, really, Jake, how would you handle this? There's a whole lot there's not a whole lot that Iran has done that I would not think is the right thing. I think they've done a great job for the most part. Where the only real possible misstep is after Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, the Iran deal, and then was provoking, trying to get them to do something. They did start enriching their uranium up to a higher amount. There was no way to avoid it. I'm not saying they were wrong to do it, but as far as tactically or strategically speaking, that was always going to give the United States and Israel the excuse they needed to attack. Iran has the right to, and really, they probably should develop a nuclear weapon. Clearly, if you have a nuke, Israel is not going to try and do the same thing. The United States is not going to try and do the same thing. So I don't have a problem with, I don't want anyone to have a nuclear weapon, but for the safety and peace and stability of the region, I would like to see Iran with a nuclear weapon as a deterrent against this kind of thing that we're seeing from the USA and Israel right now. This kind of potentially global destabilization. Anyway, thanks for the donation, John. Stephen, good to see you, Stephen. Hey, appreciate your donation if you're still out there. Stephen Niflis. We are heading towards World War III. It's looking bad. Not looking good. Thank you for the donation. David Muhammad, thank you, sir, for your donation. That was very kind of you. Thank you. Dixon Cider. I know you use that name there. I thought I'd give you the little pleasure of having your name read there. We need to get you on the Jimmy Dore show somehow. I remember watching Jimmy Dore before he became a thing. He really has exploded. And man, does he just says it like it is. Honestly, I don't know how he has a channel. I don't understand how he's gotten away with being so direct. They would have gotten rid of me a long time ago. In fact, they did a few times. But he can say stuff, and they haven't taken him down. I'm sure he's got troubles with monetization and stuff like that. Oh yeah, that's right. For a while there, Jimmy Dore, and maybe he still is, but I remember that. He got kind of Trumpish, didn't he? I guess that's one of the things that helped him grow. Yeah, remember, I've said this in other streams. When I stepped away from YouTube to do the private intel work, I just lost track. I stopped watching. I just didn't have time. I never watched anything on YouTube related to this stuff. Very, very rarely. Extremely rarely. So I lost track of everybody and all the different talking heads, who does what and says what. So anyway, yeah. So, and in that time that I was away, from what I can tell now, it looks like Jimmy Dore did kind of make this jump to the right. Maybe it was for ratings. I don't know. He was very, very, Bernie bro, progressive Democrat. But I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Dixon. I appreciate your donation, man. Jacob Lowe, thank you so much. Foreign donation. My conspiracy theory is Trump is going to use this bombing as an off-ramp, whether successful or not. Shut up the Israelis in the lobby, then wring his hands of it. That's not a bad theory. That is not a bad theory at all. He's kind of, placated the Israelis, the Zionists. He's done that. But now he's got his base over here. He's got to get back and make them happy. Here's the problem. Iran's not going to let him. Iran's going to force him. And they're going to shame him. Now, before, when they did this last time, he just let it go. But he didn't have a lot of shame over it. Netanyahu was not berating him over this because he couldn't. Netanyahu is the one who tricked Trump into it and into striking Soleimani, which is what led to the Iranian reprisal. And then Netanyahu washed his hands of it and sat back and watched the chaos, hoping that it would escalate. And Trump was smart enough to off-ramp, or at least those around him. He had a much better team before. And they were like, dude, you are screwing up big time. Do you not understand what you're doing? And he backed off. Partly because he had to get elected again. He had a second. Now, this time it's different. This time, Netanyahu's gloves are off. And he is not going to let up. If Trump tries to back out, it's going to be shaming. Shaming him, calling him a loser. Nothing will get Trump more motivated than calling him a loser. And when you've got someone like Netanyahu basically calling you a loser, he's got to prove that he's not. And what would the loser thing be? The loser thing would be Iran struck back and you didn't hit back. Iran did this and made you look like a total wimp. So Trump's ego, he's going to need to. The Zionists have played him. His psych profile is not that difficult to figure out. It's easy to manipulate Trump. Very easy. Always has been. That's why the Jewish mafia back in the 80s was working him over. They knew what to do. They were laundering money, buying up his condos and Trump Towers like crazy. the Russian mafia. I say the Jewish mafia, but that's kind of the same. The Russian mafia, Jewish mafia, is essentially the same thing. And an offshoot of that is the Israeli mafia. But anyway, Jacob, it's a fine theory. We'll see. I think that he will. There's a very good chance he would try that. I think, though, that there's going to be a lot of pressure, though, to prevent him from doing that, because Netanyahu learned last time it de-escalated. And I think Netanyahu's going to try and keep it escalated. That is where there could potentially be a false flag. It's Coleman bringing up the false flag thing. If Trump is like, I'm catching so much heat from my base, and I just need to get out of this, and he tries to back off, well, that's when you have the Mossad carrying out, and the CIA. I mean, these are two sides of the same intelligence coin. That's when you have some kind of false flag to go after Trump's psyche, his ego, to pull him back in. That's the danger. Trump has got no good advisors around him anymore. He has surrounded himself with yes men. And that is scary. That is scary right now. He needs people who are good at their jobs, competent, intelligent in their spheres. You want somebody as Secretary of Defense who knows something about how to defend America, not an idiotic Fox News personality. In all of these positions, he's got nothing but yes men. Ben Krupa. Thank you, Ben. He says, thanks for all you do, Jake. I appreciate you, my friend. And again, all of you that have given me super chat donations, $5 or more, email me, Jake@Blackstone Intel. If you would like a letter, of course, you got to give me your address and cue the conspiracy theories. Why do I want your address? That's so I can send my CIA friends to track you down and use my energy weapons against you. Steven Stern. Thank you, Ben. What are your thoughts on countries like Russia, North Korea, China stepping in? I think we addressed that when I saw your donation earlier in the chat. Thank you again, Stephen, for your donation. Biggie Smallpox gave that great donation earlier. Thank you so much, Biggie. Flick Off. Good to see you, Flick Off. Always here helping out as mod. I appreciate it. Song request for you. Islamophobia by Genocide Rap. Great song, informative, and no swears. I don't know about the... I'm afraid to play it here, not because I'm worried that there's anything in it that isn't okay. I just don't know about the copyright content. I don't know if the system would flag it if I play the song and then turn around and try and give me a strike or something. I don't know. I'll have to look it up after the show and maybe consider it for another time. Unless you know that there's no copyright and you can show me that or something. But I would probably want to check first. I'd hate to have a 4-hour live stream that I end up getting a strike over because I did something stupid, something in silly like that. All right. And I think that is everybody there in super chats. If I missed anyone, let me know in the chat and I'll just kind of watch over here. I think I thanked everyone. I'm going to, though, while I'm waiting on you guys to confirm, I'm going to go over here and back to see if we've got any new news going on. Bear with me. I want to look here at my lists again, see what I've got up. Okay. Change screens and we'll watch a couple videos. This is from not known. Location being determined. Whoa, that's zooming in. Where is that? In the distance, could be Tel Aviv. Back there, can't tell though. Geez, look at these houses around there. We had seen before just this street, but you can see all around there, everything. Wow. I see Flickoff talking about the song. Oh. Yesterday. Yeah, look at those roofs. Reminds me of my community after Hurricane Andrew back around whatever it was, 91. Took the roofs off everything in Country Walk. Back where I had lived. Where is this? This is, yeah, Israel. Someone here says the Israeli Air Force has begun a series of strikes against military targets in western Iran, with fighter jets also having eliminated several ready-to-launch missiles. Soldiers of the Iranian armed forces and swiftly neutralized the launchers, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how you would know that with no feed coming out.
Пиздец.
Can you imagine if this was your neighborhood? Boy. Something that we can have pretty good confidence about is that there are going to be a lot of people in Israel with PTSD after this whole thing. A lot of people with post-traumatic stress after this. Not that I am all that, just don't pity them. Not when, back after 2014, after those operations, in the years that followed, it was determined that the children, what was it, 70? It was between 70 and 80% of all of the children in Gaza suffered from PTSD. 70 to 80%. Because they had all either witnessed, they had either lost their homes, or they knew somebody who had died. Everybody did. I'm telling you, after 2014, I thought, how can the world let this happen? How can the world stand by and let this happen? And this is the consequence. By not standing up when you need to, and that's why I feel so pissed off at Trump supporters, not because what they're doing is wrong. I don't think they're bad people. Some of them I do, but by and large, and most of my longtime viewers know, when I talk about the Trumpers, I'm not talking about the average person who voted for Trump. I'm not saying that 40% of the people in America are all a bunch of idiots. I'm not saying that. I don't have any huge problem with just average people voting for Trump. I'm talking about that section, that segment, the extremist part of MAGA. Those are the ones I'm talking about. So anytime I'm talking about the Trump supporters, I'm talking about them. They are moral cowards. They are the ones who were kind of the conspiracy-minded people, the Alex Jones watchers. These are the people who knew to watch for the rise of Big Brother. They knew to watch for Orwellian newspeak. They knew to watch for a figure who would come up and present himself as the savior and make all these promises. They knew all of these things, more so than anybody else in the country, because they were awash in that. And yet they are the ones who fell the hardest for it. And so now as they gradually wake up, or as they see over the years, as they have seen Trump's true colors, they have had the opportunity to say, you know what? He's not following the Constitution, which used to be important to Trump supporters. It used to be. Used to talk about it all the time. Apparently, they'd never really meant it, or maybe they did, and they just forgot what the Constitution is. Maybe it's like your average Christian Zionist who talks about the Bible but doesn't actually know what's in it. I think a lot of people talk about the Constitution and don't actually know what's in it. But they didn't stand up and be counted when it mattered. And so my concern is, here we are. I watched what happened to Palestine. I watched what they did to Gaza in 2014 and more in later years, but nothing changed. And because there was not a big movement that took a stand and said, hell no, not with my tax dollars, not in my name, not in the name of my country. I will have no part of this, and I'm going to go to my town hall. I'm going to go do anything I can and raise hell, because this is absolutely repugnant. This is not America, and I'm going to take a stand because this is being done by my party. Anyway, nothing was ever done to defend the Palestinians, and this is what it led to. The genocide of 2023 was the next step. What do you think is going to happen after this? After they have massacred hundreds of thousands of people, either directly through bombs or indirectly through starvation and the destruction of their entire community. What do you think they're going to do next if we don't stand up and stop them? What's next? How can it get much worse than genocide? And here in America, Trump supporters, look at what your guy did. Look at what you have stood by and let him do. You didn't stand up to him when you should have. When he bombed Iran last time, or when he killed Soleimani, and you were like, yeah, I don't think that was a good idea. But, we love him. He's our guy. He was emboldened, and now look at what he's done. And beyond just what he's doing with Iran, look what he's doing in general. I know that you're for deportations and everything, and I'm not trying to argue that. I'm very concerned about illegal immigration myself. But masked people roaming the streets, hard to identify what they are, snatching people off the street, not even sure if they're American citizens at the time that they're grabbing them, separating little kids from their mothers. I saw one video the other day of a mother pleading because the guys in the masks with the guns are trying to carry her off, and she's pleading with them saying, My little children are in school. They're not going to know what's happening. I'm going to be gone. You're taking me away. Don't do it like this. Just snatching her away. Going to throw her in a white van and disappear her. Probably deport her. That is not right, MAGA. That is not right, Trump supporters. You can find people and go through a process and carry out mass deportations in a way that is Christian, or even if you're not religious, a way that is humane, that is civil. And you're not standing up speaking out against this. The Democrats are right on some of this. I mean, they're going to say, no, I'm not in agreement with the Democrats on the idea that we should not deport people that are here illegally. I mean, if you're here illegally, you're here illegally. But there's a process. There's a right way and a wrong way to do it. That's my concern. We have to maintain our humanity and our civility to do this in an orderly way, because the trend where this goes, Palestinians, we didn't speak up. The power structure stayed in place. It grew in power over time, and look at how it has been misused. Not only did Trump and then do what he did on behalf of Israel, but then Biden got in. He's like, you think you did good for Israel? Let me do this. And he turns a blind eye. Him and cackling Kamala Harris, letting this awful genocide take place while they're still shoving as many missiles into the hands of the Zionists as they possibly could, sending them billions of dollars, just like Trump did, just like every president has done. And now we get Trump back, and look at the escalation. If you think that having the U.S. military deployed to the streets of America, grabbing American citizens, arresting them, questioning them, if you think that's okay because it's related to deportation, you're crazy. You're brainwashed. Wake up. What if it was Obama doing this? What if Obama put U.S. troops on the streets and was grabbing Americans engaging in free speech protests, the kind of stuff that you did January 6th? What if the U.S. military came and rounded you up, threw you in a white van? If you let Donald Trump get away with doing it to those people, if not him, it could be the next president or the one after that, but the precedent is set for using troops or using these thugs and masks in that way. It can be used against you. Can you not look around and see the state of America, how the Zionists have taken it from us? Can you not see what Israel has done? They've shut down speech on campuses. For years, we have known that the Zionists have taken control of dialogue, social dialogue on YouTube and everywhere else. You get shut down for criticizing Israel. They have redefined anti-Semitism to include criticism of the state of Israel. You really think that suddenly the Zionists are going to lose their power, lose their control? Every year, year by year, they're gaining more and more and more and more power over the U.S. government. Do you think that if the Netanyahus of the world had the chance to come after people like me, do you think that they would pass on that chance? Do you think that they would say, oh yeah, Jake is just engaging in free speech, let's let him do that? No, they would come after me. They would come after some of you. Because we're anti-Semites, because we criticize Israel. If Donald Trump will do this, if Donald Trump will go and start deporting people, that are here on visa because they're criticizing Israel on college campuses, it's not that big of a step to think that by the time he leaves office, Donald Trump will have come after some of us. Maybe not, but who knows? Did you really think when you were voting for him that he was going to take you to war with Iran? So don't tell me that it's beyond a reasonable possibility that he could turn and get far worse. Don't let anyone have this kind of power. I am really shocked and disappointed at the hardcore Trump base that cheers on this accumulation of power, centralizing it in the executive branch. That's not make America great again. That's not constitutional. That's the kind of thing that our founding fathers broke away from Great Britain about. That's all of their compromise and their fighting to, how do we do this? How do we prevent this crap from happening again? You decentralize power. You split it between 3 co-equal branches of the government. You don't let, you come up with a system of checks and balances. That's gone. We don't have checks and balances anymore. One man controls the entire U.S. legislature. One man controls the entire executive branch. And he does an awful lot to try and ignore the judiciary. That is frightening. That is very frightening. And I think that you should let this whole Iran mess wake you up. I'm not saying you need to abandon your beliefs about whatever. Conservative values, absolutely fine. Whatever, no problem. But don't continue to contribute any kind of moral support for this lurch toward authoritarianism. We don't need a totalitarian regime in America because the Zionists will come after us. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. It's a frightening time in America. I hate to see this much power in the hands of a Zionist who's willing to use it against American citizens. Anyway, let me go back here and see if we've got any news. That's the last thing we've got here. Some more video.
הערה לגבי העניין שאנחנו רואים עכשיו בהחלט תגובה.
We saw that earlier. I wonder if this is the guy that got executed for working for the Mossad. Yep.
کیلومتر 25 اتوبان قم تهران و در نزدیکی ورودی سایت هسته فوردو این گزارش تقدیمتون میکنم. تنها دودی که دیده میشه در آسمان نزدیک به فوردو دودی است که از سمت مقابل سایت هسته فوردو.
Some footage in Iran. Well, I got to be honest. I'm surprised there's not. Israel must really have a stranglehold on video footage right now, because normally, like the other strikes, tons of stuff came out. They are not letting it out this time, though. Very little footage. Very surprising. Israeli airstrikes have just taken place in Tabriz. Let's see here. Let's read it before. Israeli police closed several sections of Highway 6 after rocket fragments fell. Israeli artillery shelling targets in the town of Jabalia north of the Gaza Strip. Oh, sorry. I don't want to show anything graphic on this. Well, I guess they just did the 2 waves of missiles to start. Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot here. President Trump this is my Zionist list. President Trump just helped save millions of lives. History will remember this. The people of Israel will remember this for all eternity. Nope. It's not going to be remembered that way. I don't know if that's a real photo or not. It could be. Those bunker busters are monsters. At least one tanker in the Strait of Hormuz appears to have paused its transit after the U.S. struck Iran overnight. All right. Not a whole lot there. New wave of airstrikes against Tehran. I'll come back to the chat in just a second and read some messages and talk with you guys there while we wait to see if anything else develops. Foreign minister who Israel tried to assassinate. The Iranian foreign minister is the equivalent of our Secretary of State. So this is their Marco Rubio. But anyway, they tried to assassinate him just recently. But he says it's a dangerous war against Iran. It'll be interesting to see if Iran declares war against Israel. Nobody is declaring war against each other. They're just doing this stuff. Same videos. All right. Well, if I get any alerts here about new missile salvos coming over, yeah. The Zionist entity requests not to photograph or publish missile targeting sites. They really are cracking down on videos coming out. That's what I was saying a minute ago. Okay. Let me go back to Drudge over here, see if there's anything new. And Iranian TV said every American citizen or military member is a legitimate target, and I don't blame them. It's a shame, but Donald Trump put a target on the backs of Americans with this. Totally unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. Israel goes into lockdown. Let's see. As part of the changes, it was decided to move all regions of the country from a partial and limited activity rating to a necessary only activity rating. Guideline includes ban on educational activities, gatherings, workplaces, with the exception of essential businesses. Yeah, this is far from over. Far from over. All right, let me go over here, see if friggin' CNN has got any noteworthy updates. Completely and totally obliterated. He has no way of knowing that. All right, well, I am just not seeing a whole lot out there. So let me return to reading some comments from you guys. And I'll chat with you here for a few minutes. We'll see if anything new develops. Let's see what I'm missing over here. Crackshot says, I listened to Alex Jones in the 90s on Coast to Coast AM. Alex Jones, I first learned about Alex Jones around 2000, 2001. Knew very little about him. But after 9/11, that's when I started hearing more about him. And you know what? Give me a second. Let me see if I can. Well, how can I do this where I'm not going to show? Wish I had a sticker. Ah, maybe I can do this. Let's see. Make sure I'm not showing anything here. It's just my phone. You see, this is my some of my contact list. Got Alex Jones and Ammon Bundy are almost next to each other in my contact list. Alex Jones, back when I was a writer for Ron Paul, he was a big Ron Paul supporter, and he used to post my stuff all the time. That's one of the ways that I was getting more well known, was from him posting my stuff on his website. And his people, and it was way smaller back then than it is now, InfoWars. But his people, and he used to be he's always been a nutcase, but his research and his theories were a little more grounded. The bigger that he got, the bigger his channel got, InfoWars, the less time he had to devote to doing research himself, and he just kind of became he'll throw anything against the wall and see if it sticks, whatever. It's kind of like how when CNN emerged as a big corporate media thing, suddenly we have this wall-to-wall news, and you end up with, you have to have filler because there's not enough news worth talking about. So now you have to have analysis and opinion journalism and these talk shows. This is how Tucker got his start. I remember watching him on Crossfire with Bob Novak and years ago, Pat Buchanan back then. And so Alex Jones just got to where he was not really serious anymore. Just his stuff got more and more unhinged. He still has his place, and he has his moments, but I think now it's money. I think his thing is money, and that's why he's been afraid over the years, afraid to touch Israel. And that's the reason he goes back and forth on Trump. His inclination is to say awful things about Trump. But he's one of those guys I'm talking about that is, there's too much money to be made off the Trump movement. So he can yell and scream and cuss about Trump, and then he'll be docile the next show, back to normal. So anyway. Alex Jones. What else we got to talk about here? Yeah, it's like the WWE of journalism, Flickoff says. Entertainment. He was one of the coolest things Alex Jones ever did was the video in the Bohemian Grove getting the cremation of care ceremony, filming some of that. It was pretty neat to see it from the inside. It's also one of the reasons they tightened things up and made it harder for people like me to try and infiltrate. When I went out there, and I have never confirmed whether or not I entered the grove, but I put out certainly enough footage there to make one wonder. I was talking with the limo guard outside. This was the week before the Bohemian Grove retreat. It was like a family day where the Bohemian members would come in, but they could bring in family, like wives or whatever. Because once the official week starts, there's just going to be all kinds of debauchery and awful stuff. Only the members, the men, can go in there. But in the week before, they're allowed to kind of bring in wives and kids and have like a family day thing. So I was standing there at the gate, men with guns looking at me, and I was talking with a limo driver, a sedan. It wasn't like a stretch limo, but limo driver that had brought one of them there. And he and some other limo drivers were talking. He told me stories. He said, I've been driving these guys for years. And he said, don't try and walk over there where those guys are. They don't want to talk to you. And he said, I have seen them grab people and just beat the crap out of them for just because they're there. They dared to walk up to them. Private contractors. And he was showing me around the perimeter. He said, up there, they got cameras all through there. You're not going to get in. At least not in that area. Jenny Simon says, I remember when you flew a drone over the perimeter of the Grove, but the airspace is restricted, so you can't go over it or something. I went over it, just I couldn't get it the distance over to where the cabins were. It would have been shot down anyway. I'm sure they would have popped it with a gun or something, but I couldn't get that far over. But it's a sprawling area. It's a sprawling area. And I got into if I confirmed that I went on the property, then I'd be admitting that I was trespassing, and I don't want to, I'm not going to admit to anything. But I went in some of the video that I shot from in there, I read the cremation of care ceremony on the video, and I don't know if I published the whole thing or just excerpts from it, but I was using infrared light. Me and my buddy Tegu, I don't know if anyone remembers Tegu, he had helped me out with my investigation of the North Hollywood sex trafficking group. We booked it too. We booked it out of there. We heard something approaching. Time to go. If you some of the I don't know if I've ever said this before. Some of the footage, there's one of my intro or outros that I have that shows me like doing the drone and whatever. There's this quick little scene where it shows the dashboard and, just I'm redlining it, getting out of there. That was us running away. Yeah, that was us when it was security or whoever it was. We went running, ran back to the car. Took a while in the dark. That's what made it rough. And it was, some of it was tough to climb over. Some of those trees they had a lot of stuff that was down, dead trees, a lot of thick brush in areas. It's supposed to, like, a lot of it is just redwood trees. It's, it's a big redwood grove, but there's a lot of brush and briars and things. And we didn't park close to where we entered the area that we entered, so we had to book it back. And we're like, oh crap, is anyone going to be at the car when we get there? And there wasn't, but I had been recording as we're running back, and I gave him my camera, and he's like, goes over and he's recording while I'm just like tearing out of there. That was fun. That was fun. Anyway, but my point is, if you see in the video next time, if you ever see that clip, I don't think I've ever explained what that is, but that's what it was he was recording. I handed him my phone, or what was the GoPro? I don't remember. It's probably GoPro that I had. So I know I had one on my head. I had something on my head, and then a GoPro there. And I think I may have had one on my chest. But anyway. Lots of debauchery at that place. Very evil. Very evil. I'm just going to skip over and double check, make sure on my main list that I'm not missing any major events or anything. Iranian media is saying that Iran is planning to respond to America. That's not very informative, but that's what it says. The Zion, yeah, I already read that about Israel saying no pictures. What a moron. What a moron. Let me pull this up and show you. This is Donald Trump tweeting open source intel. This is just some guy with I don't know if that's Truth Social or Twitter. But just some dude with an account. Someone like me. Fordo is gone. And the President of the United States, rather than talking to his own intelligence community, rather than having anything to come out official, he's like, oh yeah, Fordo is gone. Because the guy on Twitter said so. The guy on Truth Social said so. Oh my gosh, this dude. So embarrassing. What an embarrassment. Anything new? I'm just astonished at how little video footage there is. There's nothing out there. I don't know what this means yet. Trump deceived Qatar and Saudi Arabia. I don't know. All the buildup, the decoy bombers, the 2-week delay, the indecision wasn't to fool Iran. It was to keep Americans and open source intelligence in the dark. Why? To avoid pushback, control the narrative, and manage the fallout before the media had time to react. Well, that's what I was saying the whole time. I published that in my my war assessment, my Blackstone report that went out this morning on Substack. Was saying the same thing. This whole 2-week thing is it's not fooling Iran. They're not dummies. Trump's whole 2-week thing, that was meant to fool his own base. That was to control the fallout, the spreading concern from Trump supporters. All right, well. All right, guys. Well, I've been on for about 3 hours, 45 minutes. I'm not sure. I'll give it a few more minutes. I'll sit here and chat with you guys in the chat for a couple minutes, and I'll check again. And if there's no changes, I may hop off and get some sleep, because I assume that tomorrow is going to be a big day. Let me see here. Yeah, nothing yet. Yeah, other than that, that one neighborhood that was hit, and then some stuff in Haifa. We haven't seen anything out of Tel Aviv. And so far, none of these Arab countries have denounced the strikes by the United States on Iran. Nobody's denouncing it. Bunch of cowards. Anyway, well, I don't know how many of my people are in the chat that are like, long-time viewers, but I hope that I am putting out a lot of content that is appealing. The last week and a half, I've done maybe 4 live streams, several videos, a lot of Blackstone reports, and podcasts as well. So if anybody, let me promote my podcast real quick. I don't think I make any money off it. I think like maybe I can get $10 a month, if that, based on the amount of views that I'm currently getting, because I don't focus on podcasts a whole lot. But let me see if I can switch screens in a second here and show you my podcast, so maybe I can get some of you guys to follow me over there too. Give me a second. See here. All right, so this is Spotify, but pretty much anywhere that you find podcasts, if you'll look up Blackstone Intel Report, then you'll find my podcast. I haven't done a whole lot on it, but I do have my old stuff on Jeffrey Epstein from 2019, the series I did on that. But with the podcast, I did, today I put out USA on the brink of war with Iran. And that went out this morning. And I explain in the podcast why I think that the USA was getting ready to go to war.
If you suspect that the US government is lying to you about the true nature and purpose of its activities in the Middle East and throughout the world, you are not alone. Geopolitical expert and investigative journalist Jake Morphonios will guide you through the labyrinth of mainstream media lies and government gaslighting. Sit back and get ready to learn. This is the Blackstone Intelligence Network.
This week I've been tracking the deployment of refueling tankers. Okay, so anyway, you get the general idea, right? So all you have to do is go to your favorite podcast platform and type in Blackstone Intel Report, and you'll find me, hopefully. They have to look wherever the podcasts are when you look it up. But make sure you follow, and that way you can listen to me on your way to work or whatever. Hey, Ernie Truth, good to see you. Yeah, very dark day. So the podcast, and then the two. Ernie, you're coming in right as I'm like doing my self-promotion stuff. I've been talking for like 4 hours now. Hey, Carol says, I have you on Spotify. Yes. Excellent. Thank you. Actually, let me fix this link here. Okay, I'm putting in the chat there my Substack. Every live stream, I'm trying to ask for people to go there. There, you can sign up as a free subscriber on Substack. I don't put a whole lot out that's free, but occasional notifications. The main thing about Substack is getting people signed up there. You put in your email address, and I got you. That way, if they kick me off YouTube, I can send out a notice to everyone and say, hey, I'm over here on Rumble or whatever else. So that's that. But also, I'm trying to put stuff out there, reports with sources and things like that. So it's $5 a month, and doesn't seem like it's a, bad idea. And the other thing is Patreon. The reason that, people donate all kinds of ways. In fact, someone earlier, I should make sure and thank this person in case they're watching live, but somebody... I'll just say, Marcine, thank you for your donation on Buy Me a Coffee. I assume that you were or are watching. Thank you so much for your donation. You can go to Buy Me a Coffee. Some people do that. buymeacoffee.com/Blackstone Intel. Patreon is a place that you can, for $5 a month, you also get this a lot of the same kinds of reports that I do on Substack. A lot of that you can get there as well. Now, there's different tiers, including, I forget which ones it is, but some of the tiers that I have on Patreon, if you're a monthly donor there, I do different stuff for the donors, like might be the $25 and up, somewhere in there. Like I do a phone call with you each month that you're donating. Some of them it's like half-hour phone call. I don't remember what everything is. You'd have to look at the different tiers and see. But Patreon is also one of those that you can sign up for free, and you'll get some occasional things from me. I sometimes put pictures out. Like I think that the picture of me in Tel Aviv that I put out yesterday, I think that went out to everyone. But what I'm trying to do is create a community. I'm trying to earn money, but I'm also trying to create a community, and it's easy to do that on Patreon, and it's easy for me to communicate to people on Patreon. And a nice thing is Patreon is I get a better percentage of your donation. On YouTube, it used to be, and I assume it's still this way, but YouTube takes about 30% of a super chat. They take a huge chunk, whereas on Patreon, I think it's like 5%. So I actually have a better chance there. But I'm trying to rebuild my Patreon community so that we can have chats there, like a closed community where really the people that are serious about supporting this work, where I can put up messages for you and pictures and an occasional video just for patrons, stuff like that. So anyway, I'm done with that stuff. promoting that. I just wanted to put a plug in there for what I'm trying to do. Remember, if I'm spending 30 or 40 hours a week doing this, then I got to make some money at it to justify doing it that much. And I think that there's a market for it. I have to break through to new people. Like, I've got my longtime viewers like Ernie Truth, who just gave this awesome donation. Says, support Jake's work, some of the best analysis out there. No AIPAC sponsorship. I can confirm I have never taken $1 from AIPAC or any Jewish lobby. But I have done my darndest to help funnel money away from them. But I think that there's an appetite for truth out there. I think that people want to know. But the problem that keeps them from gravitating to a channel like mine is I'm not Trumper. I'm not Democrat. I just don't care about these factions. I don't, when Trump does something that is constitutional and correct and good for the country, yay, all, wonderful. If Biden did something, as rare as that was, if Biden did something that was good for the country, that was constitutional, I'll cheer for him too. But I am not going to give my mind and my heart and my loyalty to any freaking politician. Never. I won't do it. I always maintain, as much as I liked Ron Paul, I insisted on keeping my own neutrality. If he said something, if I had any uncertainty about it, I'd look it up. And if he said something I didn't agree with, fine. We don't have to agree on everything. But yeah, right. Cold and Heartless says, I don't fit into an algorithmic niche. I don't. I would. I talked about this for years with my wife. I kept saying, if there was some way I could get into this Trump train algorithm, my channel could grow. Because everybody that started out with me, I was going past them until the algorithm, they switched it up, how they do it. And then what YouTube's algorithm rewards is fanaticism. These big movements. So if you're a big Trumper, boom, you'd explode. If you're a big Biden or Kamala supporter, boom, you'd explode. That's why you've got these talentless hacks that are like, they've got their Democrat pundit shows. It's garbage. Like, everything they say is bullcrap. It's false. It's just their personal opinions masquerading as legitimate analysis or news or whatever. But it's garbage. But these guys have got 1 million followers. And here I am, for the first time this month, for the first time since 2018 or 19, first month that I have had a net increase in subscribers. The way they have got me is I can't get traction. It seems like in the absence, the time I've been away, things have either reset for me a little bit or something has changed in the algorithm, because I have finally gotten to where I'm picking up some subscribers. You saw me, Phil, back during Daily Paul? That was a long time. That was like 2008 to 2012. Phil H just said in the chat there. That was a long time ago. That's when I was writing for the Ron Paul campaign. Yeah, Daily Paul was putting up. That's back when Alex Jones was putting a lot of my stuff up. Daily Paul was putting a lot of my stuff up. I had a lot of places that were posting my stuff, and some of them were monetized, where I would get a little stipend for the number of views that it got. But I was right. I enjoyed that. That was good. Good op research and oppo research and stuff. Man, Phil, that's a long time ago. But anyway, so yeah, Evil Tricky Spider says integrity goes a long way. I agree, but it doesn't pay the bills. That's my problem. That's my problem. Is I will not be bought. I will not be bought, and I will not sell out. I won't do it. Screw it. I would rather crash and burn and go broke than start saying stuff that is popular that will get me money. I'm going to keep saying the exact same thing in the same tone, in the same way, with the same analysis as I have done from the very beginning. And if people like it, great. That's what I want. I want to find people who like my stuff. But I'm not going to change for you. Not for anyone out there. I'm not going to change what I think or the way that I analyze things. And it's just, I don't think it's right. It's not me. I don't pretend that I'm unbiased. I'm very biased in my own ways, but that doesn't stop me from trying to give a fair, honest analysis of things. I may talk, for example, like there's a lot on the Israeli side where they've got some valid points about things. I'm not going to go and write some articles and praise them and promote that and make videos promoting it. But I'm also not going to deny the facts associated with what they're saying if it has something to do with what I'm working on. I try and present a perspective, a viewpoint that doesn't get much coverage. I like to present the things that challenge power, that challenge institutions, that challenges popular narratives. That's my thing. I like to show you the other part of the story. But I don't pretend that I don't have an agenda to push something, because who am I trying to, I'm not trying to get somebody elected. I don't have a candidate or a party that I'm trying to promote. I don't get anything out of it. I'm just trying to help people see stories from an angle that they're not going to get from a lot of places. Not even on YouTube, you don't get it from a lot of places. You'll hear stuff from good analysts like John Mearsheimer or people like that, who likewise, they're not in it for the money. And so you're going to get more neutral, more unbiased stuff. Anyway. Yeah, so that's why I'm just saying, I'm trying to build up a community. If I wanted to reach just the masses, just the sheer numbers, I would be content with a much smaller number of followers, but really have a community that I like to work with, that I like to talk to, where we gradually bring in some new people, and but we're kind of we're willing to push against the various factions and also bring in everything. I want truth from all sources. If the Democrats are right about something, as rare as that may be, I want to bring that in. If the hardcore Trumpers are right about something, fine. I don't have a dog in this fight. If Trump is right about something, or his people are right about something, I'm okay with that. I don't need to be to prove Trump wrong on everything. But it's just that I think that the majority of the time, these extremes are wrong. And what makes them wrong is that they are extreme. When you're an extremist one way or another, you don't consider the legitimate points of the other side. And when you don't do that, when you don't bring in all viewpoints, you are going to have an imbalanced perspective, an imbalanced view, and that's why, like, you see it when I'm doing the Twitter stuff. I've got a list full of dozens of pro-Israel Zionists, and I want to see what they have to say. Then I've got pro-Palestine, dozens of pro-Palestine, that I want to see all viewpoints, listen what each side has to say, and then make up my own damn mind about it based on my own knowledge and understanding of events. And that is not a popular thing out there. So it's a constant uphill battle to get views and to get growth. So that's why the core people like Ernie that have been here forever, Phil who's been here forever, you guys are what I'm after. This is what I do it for, to have a community with people like you guys as the core. And I do want to continue to expand it, to bring new people in and wake people up. I don't have it here, but when I go around doing to conventions or whatever, speaking engagements, I've got this like 6 foot tall banner and pictures on it, different pictures on it that I have usually at a booth or wherever that I'm at. And this is long before J. Edward Griffin came out with his Red Pill Expo. My stuff for years, since like 2014, around then, 2013, 2014, I was talking about red pill, blue pill. And so my banner has got like, I think the red pill, blue pill thing, picture of Morpheus, along with the Twin Towers getting attacked, with picture of a Palestinian kid, different things, kind of representing some of my main stuff I go after. A child representing the, like a sad kid, representing the sex abuse of children, which was a big thing that I focused on for a while. But anyway, I think it's good for us to listen to each other out there in social media. It's not easy because everyone's so hateful in social media. Everyone's so polarized. But anyway. Concerned Citizen says U.S. has just signed its own death warrant. Well, we've certainly made trouble for ourselves in a very big way. At the very least, we've made it clear multiple times now. We have reinforced that we are not a trustworthy government, that our government cannot be relied on. You work for years to come up with a deal in good faith with the American government. Switch presidents, next guy will just rip it up and say, screw that, I'm not doing that. Here we are saying, yeah, come to the negotiating table. We really want peace. We want peace. We don't want you to have a nuclear weapon, but you're okay if you have nuclear energy, and sit down, let's do this. Let's come up with something. Meanwhile, we're plotting with your number one enemy in the world to try and overthrow your regime. 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks. I'm going to give Iran 2 weeks. I'm going to give Iran 2 weeks to think this through and negotiate. No, you're not, you damn liar. And like I said, it's not, he didn't say that for Iran's sake. He knew that they would know he's lying. They would be totally stupid to believe Trump after he just betrayed him the previous week. He did that to fool his supporters. He did that to fool his own supporters. Ernie says, your video earlier was very informative. Exactly what happened with the bombers. Yep. I just thought it through. I got the intel and put together my assessment of what was going to happen, and it's almost like they took my report and said, "Hey, let's do this." maybe I'm responsible for the attack on Iran. Sorry about that, Iran. I didn't mean to. Anyway, Palseer says, I'm pro-Palestine. He said, I'm Palestinian, Syrian, American after all. But I have strong criticism of Hamas way before October 7th because they and Israel both supported rebranded Al-Qaeda against Syria. I'm not a Hamas supporter. Good. See, that's great. There's someone who understands nuance. You can be pro-Palestine and not be pro-Hamas. I have always thought that Hamas is a bad thing for the people. But in general, I think that any kind of Islamist or Jewish supremacist or Christian supremacist government is bad for the people. I think that secular governments, where the rights of the people are respected, where people have the right to believe what they want, there's no compulsion, no government compulsion to believe one thing or another. And it's even with the Buddhists. I lived in Thailand for 2 years, and it was tough there for the Christian community. Not there was very small. I'm talking about like almost none. 98% Buddhist at the time I was there in the mid 90s. Very passive, docile people. But it was still the state religion. Buddhism, Theravada Buddhism was still the state religion. And so that meant, for example, that in the morning before school, all of the students line up outside, talking about elementary school or whatever. You line up outside with your teachers, and everybody engages in kind of a reverential worship. And for Christians who believe that it's wrong to bow down to idols, they had no choice. If you were a teacher, a Christian who was a teacher, which is very rare. In fact, if you're back then, if you were a Christian, you probably didn't have any kind of government job because you pretty much had to be Buddhist. But still, even if you weren't, you had to fake it. You couldn't keep your job, and that's Buddhism. So, as great as most Buddhists are, and as non-confrontational, non-violent as Buddhism typically is, still it infringed on the right of conscience, the right of religion of the people. So I don't like any government to have religious power over the population, and Hamas is an Islamist governing body. They did a lot of good stuff for their people, but they're also pretty harsh. Pretty harsh when it comes to religious matters and controlling the people. So they did a lot. They distributed a lot, but it also adds that's why there's a marked difference between the behaviors of Palestinians while there's more militancy in the Gaza Strip compared to in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Because the Palestinian Authority that governs the West Bank and East Jerusalem is secular. They even have some Christians in their governing body. Mayor Musa Hadid, who I had dinner with in Ramallah, he was a Christian. Christian mayor over the de facto capital of Palestine. And that's the good thing about having a secular government, is it brings in everybody. It's a big tent for everyone. So Hamas is the people will be better off in the end when they have a different form of government. But I don't fault the people. I certainly don't buy into this crap about the propaganda. The people of Gaza deserve to be destroyed because they voted for this Gaza government. Listen, last time they voted was like 2006. That was the last time they had elections. 2006. That's the last time anyone had a chance to vote. Most of the people that are alive today, a good number of them weren't even alive back then. Even more, they couldn't vote. They weren't old enough to vote. Most of the people who voted for Hamas in 2006 are dead at this point. They've been killed, most of them. So you're going to hold all these people who didn't vote for Hamas, but they're living there because they really don't have a choice either way. And you're going to say that Israel has a right to commit genocide against them because they voted for Hamas? It's just propaganda. It's just bullcrap. But anyway, so I don't know if you can tell from the Palestinian flags that I have around me that I'm pro-Palestine, but I'll criticize Hamas. And a lot of if they had only gone after Israeli forces, occupation forces on October 7th, I'd probably not have criticism. But they killed a lot of people that were I agree. A lot of them there settlers and the people in the communes or whatever, but you still don't go and kill them. You still don't just go and slaughter those people. It was wrong. It was wrong. And you can see that how it was used against them. just like I said about the thing like Trump with the deportations, there's a right way and a wrong way. And when you you can fight against the occupation with violence. You are justified in using violence against the occupation, but there are still things that you don't do. And some of these people that were involved in the October 7th attacks did some stuff that was just barbaric, inhuman, some of the stuff that was done. You want to take Israeli soldiers hostage? More power to you. They're illegal occupiers. You have every right to do it. Use them as bargaining chips to get some of the thousands of Palestinians who are locked away in prisons, Israeli prisons. Get them out of there. Being held hostage, basically, and tortured. Anyway, so thank you for your comment, Palestine and Syria, however it's abbreviated there. Phil H. wrote, they completely B613 last month. Any possibility U.S. Will use one on Iran? Missed you when you were in Vegas, but if you ever return, drinks on me. Oh, you're in Vegas. I'll have to keep that in mind. One of my, what can I say? I guess it's okay to say one of my sons is a commercial airline pilot, and his hub is in Vegas. Anyway, any possibility we'll use one? I'm not sure what you're saying here. They completed B, and then June 13th last month. Before, sorry, Phil. You can put it in the chat. Maybe I'll catch it there. Any possibility U.S. will use one on Iran? You'll have to let me know. B613. You'll have to let me know what you're talking about there. I'll take you up there if I'm ever out in Vegas again. That's right. AQ says, under international law, armed resistance is a legitimate right for people under occupation and oppression. They don't have a right. Israel does not have, this is literally true under international law. Israel does not have the right of self-defense against the Palestinians because they are illegally occupying Palestine. The people have the right to fight back against the occupation. That's like somebody breaks into your house, kicks you and your family out. You have the right to try and get your house back. You have the right to go back in your house, take a baseball bat, a machete, a gun, whatever you have to, and get your home back. You have the right to do that. Nobody's going to say, oh, you got kicked out of your house. You no longer have a right to it. The guy who's in there now, it's his now. I mean, that's just stupid. And yet when it comes to this exact same scenario in Israel-Palestine, that's the attitude is, well, you got kicked out, so it's not yours anymore. Let's see. I'm just catching up on the stuff here. Yeah, piss off the wrong Buddhist and fight out. I think a lot of it was in Thailand is just that it's the culture, the people. I can't say that I've interacted with Buddhists a lot from other countries, but I think that in Thailand, even if they weren't Buddhist, they're just such a chill, laid back people. They just don't worry about stuff. They don't get into these fights. Matt says, hey, Jake, your prediction was spot on. Another worldview says there were 0 substantiated RAPESs. 2 babies died, one by a stray bullet from a militant, the other killed by an intentional Hannibal directive tank round. Yeah, you'd see that in videos, the tank rounds that killed the captors. Now, I've seen enough of the footage myself to know that there were legitimately massacres that Hamas militants, see a hair sticking out there, that Hamas militants engaged in. I'm positive. I saw the footage. I'm not talking about the Israeli propaganda stuff that they put out. And I think that at the Nova Festival, I think that a lot of those people were killed by Israel due to the Hannibal directive, where it's kill your own people to prevent them from being taken hostage and used as a leverage against the Israeli government. And all of that talk of the 40 beheaded babies and all that, of course, that's all propaganda. That's all garbage. But it is, some people say, well, Hamas didn't do anything. They took hostages and that was it. They didn't actually kill anyone. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Very, very brutal. And I think also one of the things that happened was Hamas went in, and when they tore through the fence with a bulldozer, I think a lot of others snuck in there. And it wasn't just Hamas. There were probably some of the what is the PJA? What am I thinking? There's an Iranian backed Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PIJ. They tend to be more brutal than Hamas. Evil Tricky Spider says, but I've been telling them all to get DNA tested and go back to wherever their great-grandparents came from. I posted on Twitter. Let me see if I can find it. It's pretty crazy. Give me a second. Let me find this old post. It's not too old, just a few days old. I'm big into family history. I like doing genealogy. I like that. I traced my family history back. And so that's a topic I'm interested in. But then I saw this thing. Let me find it. Where'd it go? I'll put it up on the screen in a second. Where in the world did it go? Am I not going far back enough or too far? It's about what he was talking about in the chat there about the DNA test. I can't find it. Surely it's not been removed. I haven't gotten any notice that it's been removed, so it's probably still there. Oh well, I'm not finding it. Maybe I'll just tell you here if I can't find it. I'm just gonna. Did I put it over there? Let me check my other account. I'm also on Twitter. I've also got Blackstone Intel. I've got Morphonios and I've got Blackstone Intel. All right, well, I'm not seeing it either place. So this was, I was trying to find it so I could show you the actual data so you would know I'm not making it up. But it's against the law in Israel to get a DNA test. You know how here in the United States and most civilized democracies around the world, if you want to do a family history like DNA test with one of those at-home kits, you can do it. Can't do it in Israel. It's against the law. And you have to have a court order. You have to obtain a court order in Israel in order to do one of those tests. And they almost never grant them. But in those rare cases, when they do permit you to do a genetic test, it has to be administered in one of their own genetic labs under proper medical care and with legal present. Because they don't want their people to know their ethnic background. They don't want to know that they're Europeans. It's against the law. You literally have to have a court order, which is rarely granted. I gotta find that. Let me look another second here. I'm sorry. It's so crazy. I always forget where to go for the advanced Twitter search. It's got to be on my own account here, because it's only been a few days ago that I did it, that I put the stuff up. All right. Well, shoot. Maybe I'll just look it up somewhere else, or maybe I can find it. No, I won't waste time. It'll take me forever to find it. It's on my Twitter account somewhere. And it'll probably get flagged as being anti-Semitic anyway if I show it. But anyway, if I find it, I'll retweet it so it shows up. But yeah, it's you're not allowed to get a DNA test there. It's not conspiracy theory. All right, someone else is like, I know, isn't that just crazy? Let me just look one up here. So there's even one from Haaretz, I think it was, or maybe it was Times of Israel. One of them talking about it. I swear that surely they didn't remove it. DNA from my account here. Morphonios search. Okay. All right. Let me bring up my screen. I found it. Okay. So I wrote, did you know that in Israel, citizens must have court approval to use an at-home ancestry test? DNA tests to determine genetic Jewish ancestry are rarely allowed, and when they are, the law requires that they be performed in an approved genetic lab under medical legal oversight. So here's the first thing. Let me see here. I guess you can see that on the screen. Now, I even had ChatGPT confirm this, right? So it says the chief rabbinate, Bennett has indeed banned the use of DNA testing for proving Jewish identity in certain contexts, primarily due to concerns about exposing familial relationships that could disrupt marriages. Now, that's from the Jewish rabbi part. Now, here down on the bottom, Israeli law on genetic testing. Let me see. I may need to move my face out of the way so you can see this. Under the Genetic Information Law of 2000, DNA testing is legal, but only when performed by licensed medical genetic labs with informed consent. Commercial at-home ancestry kits like 23andMe or Ancestry cannot be sold or used in Israel without a court order. Here's from the Jerusalem Post. Want to fully understand your family genealogy? Not without a court order. And it's the subtext there. According to some ancestry websites, there are indicators to tell if you possess Jewish DNA or not. So they don't want you doing that. Now, this is the actual law. Genetic tests. Article A, General, taking DNA sample and conducting genetic testing. An identified DNA sample shall not be taken from a person. Genetic testing shall not be conducted, nor shall genetic counseling be provided pursuant to the results of testing other than in accordance with the provisions of this law. Genetic testing shall be conducted at a genetic institute or in a genetic testing laboratory. The provisions of this subsection shall not apply to genetic testing for research purposes. And like this whole section is on it. But you have got to have a court order to be able to do a test. And even then, you can't do one of the at-home tests. It's got to be done in an approved lab. Isn't that crazy? And we're supposed to believe that Israel is not like some extreme regime. They are. They're fanatical over there. I mean, you can speculate as well as I can about the various reasons why they don't want Israelis to find out what their ancestry is. Anyway, James Fox says France prohibits most forms of private genetic testing, including those for ancestry or non-medical purposes. Arthur Kessler, the 13th Tribe. I've read that. Surprised O.J. Simpson face says, where the hell have you been for the last 4 to almost 8 years, dude? It hasn't been 8 years. Haven't seen you in ages. Did the FBI or DHS pay you a visit and threaten you from broadcasting? Well, that was part of it. Not DHS, but I certainly had the threats from the FBI. But their big concern was my work on Stephen Paddock. Nobody told me, like, you can't talk about Israel or something, but they did not like what I was putting out about Paddock and his connections. Anyway, so you'll have to watch, surprise OJ, you'll have to watch my video on, what's the title of it? It's from like a week or two ago. Jake is back, or Blackstone Intelligence is back, something like that. You have to look through it. But I go through that about where I've been, what I've been doing. Basically, between COVID shutting things down, donations crashing because of that, and all of the major suppression of my channel where I couldn't even get my own people to see my stuff anymore, it dropped like 70-80%. Income-wise, and so I just couldn't sustain it. I couldn't do it, so I decided to go ahead and get back into doing some private work. So I did, which I had done a little bit while I was doing my public Blackstone videos. There were individuals who would pay me to do research and collect intel for them for what they were doing. And I did that a little bit, but I just transitioned to doing that full time, and just spent the last 3 or 4 years focusing on that. But anyway, all right, I'm going to check over here and see if nothing has changed, then I might, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning, I might. Dang it, reportedly Iran has launched the Khorramshahr 4 ballistic missile against Israel for the first time, known for its destructive power. Reuters is reporting most of the highly enriched uranium at Fordo was transferred to an undisclosed location before the American attack. 16 trucks gathered on June 19th to the 20th with heavy machinery near the entrance to the main facility. Iran's program will not end. And maybe I can bring this up and show it. This picture down here shows the trucks trying to take material out, which the Americans would have known about. Israel would have known about it because they've got the satellite there, the satellite footage. Oh, here's AOC. The president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization is a grave violation of the Constitution and congressional war powers. He has impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us for generations. That's absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment. I say impeach Thomas Massie. So you've got the Democrat and here's the Republican. This is not constitutional. They need to try and impeach him. We don't want this precedent set where American presidents can do whatever the hell they want, piss on the Constitution, and say, well, what are you going to do about it? Even if we have no chance of removing him from office, I think that they should try and impeach him over this. Let's see here. 7 B-2s calling Seville control on VHF over the Strait of Gibraltar on their way back from Iran this morning after refueling over the Mediterranean. Yep, going back to Barksdale. Some of them. I would not assume that they're all coming back, but in fact, that's not all of them. 7 of them. That was in my report too, that they could just head straight back with refueling. I'll tell you what, they just don't want to put out anything tonight. New high-res imagery captured on June 21st. Suggests Iran was preparing the Fordo nuclear facility for a strike. The facility's entrance tunnels were observed being filled with earth by trucks and diggers. There they go. IDF says it destroyed 2 Iranian fighter jets, 8 ballistic missile launchers among dozens of targets. 15 minutes ago, Iran claims it fired largest missile yet with 1,500 kilogram warhead in latest barrage. Shares on Tel Aviv Stock Exchange hit record highs after U.S. strikes on Iran. Well, that'll come down. Jeez, look at that destruction. Tell you what, if humans had been in here, and they weren't, but if humans had been in there, That would have killed them all. Look at that destruction. That is incredible. Man, these pictures, when they start circulating around Israel, if they circulate in Israel, that's going to have to really spook the people. What does this say here? The shadow in police uniform decides that anyone who is an Israeli journalist can enter the scene of the crash in Tel Aviv, and anyone who is not an Israeli journalist is detained to the side. Finally, the Tel Aviv police spokesman, a police officer who did not receive his ranks from Ben Gvir, came and let all journalists in. Yep, they got to control the narrative. What?
In Iran, etc. This is a statement from Donald Trump, quote, "We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, etc."
I think there might be a little bit of a language barrier here. They did not erupt in cheers. They erupted in jeers. Those are not cheers. I mean, it's like, what? Why would Bernie Sanders supporters cheer? They're anti-Israel, a lot of them. Iran threatens everlasting consequences after U.S. strikes nuclear sites. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Iran was as prepared as they could be for this. All right, no new video footage is out yet. Perhaps by tomorrow we'll have some stuff when we wake up. But for now, I don't see much. So I think I'm gonna come over here and start to do my farewells. Let's see, moderators now and earlier, thank you guys so much. Phil, I was looking to see if there was any follow-up there. I was going to answer your question, but if you rewrote it, I missed it. I don't see it here. Scrolling. Okay. Jenny, yes, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks to all of you guys. So here is Jake's homework for you guys. Get some sleep, get some rest. Make the case that at every opportunity that what Donald Trump did is a betrayal of his base, but also of America in general. This is not over. This isn't over yet. Iran's not going to let this go. Then they shouldn't. Shame on them if they do let this go. So I want you to speak up, speak out, continue to speak on behalf of the people of Gaza, but the Palestinians in general, because they're losing the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Continue to criticize Netanyahu, continue to criticize Zionism, which is not just a Jewish thing. We got just as many, we probably have a lot more non-Jewish Zionists in America than we do Jews. So be careful with how you frame it. So that, remember, as you talk to people, you can turn people off very easily by not being articulate. But that doesn't mean you can't be forceful and fierce and say it how it is. And how it is our government has been taken over by a foreign lobby, on behalf of Israel. And it threatens all of us because they've got Trump shutting down free speech on campuses. And now they've got Trump initiating wars for Israel, regardless of what his own base thinks about it. So this is this concept of Zionist occupied government, ZOG. How can you call that conspiracy theory at this point? They own our government. They own our politicians. If you don't believe that, just go to any Republican for sure, other than maybe Thomas Massey, and most of the Democrats. Look at the legislators' Twitter feeds. All they do is praise Israel. It's sickening. And that's right, Ernie. Ted Cruz said AIPAC is... Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have done that. So I pissed off Ted Cruz this week. Oh, let me scroll back. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, I made Ted Cruz. I upset Ted Cruz. Let me see if I can find it here. Nothing tickles me more than finally getting under the skin of somebody who's in a seat of power. Where is it at? Jeez, I do so many posts on Twitter, it takes forever to get back to. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was having fun there, going after Cruz. Where is it at? Lindsey Graham is another one I love to go after. All right, here we go. Here's one. So I was... Let me bring up... All right, I don't know if you can see that. Now, let me fix this a little bit so you can see better. So I was just doing what I do, making fun of Ted Cruz and others. Ted Cruz had posted after that Tucker interview, he said, he posted part of it and said, the Iranian regime has been trying to murder President Trump and other Americans officials for years. One of the most basic facts about the threat they pose, and blah, blah, blah. So I said, you're a damned liar and you know it. Tucker exposed you. If you truly believe that Iran was trying to kill the U.S. president, you and the GOP Congress would be screaming about it and calling for war with Iran for that. Instead, you're just sneakily helping Israel do its dirty work. So think about this. If these people really believed that Iran was trying to kill President Trump, if they had any genuine proof of that, they'd be all over the airwaves talking about it, presenting the information and trying to get war with Iran. If it's more than just like, some bullcrap propaganda, you'd have some evidence, right? And you'd be talking about it. But have you heard anybody out there really saying we need to go to war with Iran over this? No, because it's not true. And that's what Tucker Carlson's point was. So, so I'm saying that. So the next thing I know, Ted Cruz follows me. And so he's got 6.9 million followers. He's only following 5,389. And not too many of them are recent follows. So I'm one of the very few, and he's had this since, look, March 2009. Since 2009, he has followed 5,400 people. I'm one of the only ones he has followed recently. So I said, okay, ChatGPT, let's talk about this. Why would a U.S. senator follow me after this? Here's what ChatGPT says. You publicly accused him of being a war propaganda, and that wasn't the only one. I posted a lot about Ted Cruz. That was just one. You publicly accused him of being a war propagandist in a high-profile interview with Tucker Carlson, a platform that holds significant sway among the conservative and anti-interventionist base. Politicians don't randomly follow critical accounts unless they sense influence, reach, or risk. And I'm sorry, I realize you can't see this whole screen. Let me get my ugly face out of the way here so you can see this. I must have a window crack somewhere because I've got moths and bugs coming in. Get out of the way, Jake. Politicians don't randomly follow critical accounts unless they sense influence, reach, or risk. Well, he doesn't sense reach because on Twitter, I have no reach anymore. Elon Musk throttled me, so I don't have, I can't reach anyone. Cruz's behavior is selective. He follows only 5,300 people out of over 6 million. That's about 0.08 of his audience. Following a hostile critic is not routine. It's likely a targeted decision, meaning he or his staff wants to monitor your posts and narrative, gauge how much sway you hold with his base, assess whether you're shaping a broader shift in public sentiment. Number 3, you represent a challenge to his image among his followers. If you're criticizing him and from the right or from a populist anti-war position, that's especially threatening to someone like Cruz, who walks a tightrope between neocon policy and policy rhetoric. This is, or populist rhetoric. I'm not saying this. This is what ChatGPT is saying. Strategic intel gathering, not fan behavior. This isn't flattery, it's likely reconnaissance. Whether it's you personally or the type of messaging you represent, he or his comms team sees a reason to track you. Bottom line, Cruz or his team likely sees you as a potential threat, not in a personal or physical sense, but as a public voice that could damage his credibility, challenge the image, or influence voters he's trying to court. Ted Cruz. You are a scumbag. You are a dirty APAC slurping neocon. You, Ted Cruz, don't deserve to be reelected. You need to be primary challenged, and you need to lose your seat. Any hope of becoming president of the United States? I know you got your lot in with APAC. I know you think that siding with the enemies of America is how you're going to get power. We're going to stop you, sucker. We're going to take you down. We are going to take you down. We are not going to let you back in the Senate, and we certainly are not going to let you near the White House. After this, MAGA's going down. The Zionist arm of MAGA, we're going to decimate you guys. No more. I know, isn't that cool? Ernie based ChatGPT. It wasn't having it. Yeah, so Ted Cruz, if you're out there watching, give me a thumbs up out in the chat. Make sure and hit the like button, Ted Cruz. He's probably out there hitting that thumbs down button. Ted Cruz, if you want to know more what I have to say about you, you can become a patron at patreon.com/BlackstoneIntel. Frickin' Ted Cruz. Anyway. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to call it a night here. Not anything new going on in the... Over there, they're probably going to wait until dark, so they've got cover of darkness for some of this, and crazy. I've been talking about it for years. It's surreal to see it finally here. Anyway. Well, everybody, thank you to each one of you for watching. Thank you guys for participating in the chat so much. If you would please, on your way out, take a second to do two things. Hit the like button so that tomorrow, as people are waking up and they're going, maybe they'll catch some of this. It'll get this thing going. And also take a second to leave a comment, not a comment in the chat, but a comment on the video, and that will help. That'll help. Anyway, thank you. I see Nikolai out there. Thank you for your support, and all of you guys, thanks so much. I'm sure we'll be talking more, possibly another live stream tomorrow. We'll see. And hopefully I'll keep it under, what are we at? Right at 5 hours now. Anyway, well, have a great night. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. And I will talk to you later.